Many mutinies, on protests against amended citizenship law, the Hindu. After erupting in revolt against the Citizenship Amendment Act (CAA), Assam and other northeastern states have substantially calmed. People will withdraw to their daily lives soon, but mistaking it for normalcy as the center characteristically does in such situations would be dangerous. The Northeast is inhabited by diverse populations, sharing borders with several neighbors. Assertive ethnic politics, including secessionism and resistance to migration into the region, has been a defining character of the area. Grievances of indigenous populations are genuine, but it is difficult, even counterproductive, to try to resolve them by privileging one group over another. Applying a religious test to such an exercise, as the CAA seeks to do, is mindless and dangerous. The Northeast's ethnic divergences have been delicately, and barely, managed with the collaboration of local power brokers and grant of special property and cultural rights to communities. The BJP's inability in appreciating diversity has long ceased to surprise anyone, but its insistence on aggravating dormant fault lines and inflaming new passions is baffling. The CAA has wrecked the Assam Accord of 1985 and exhumed sleeping hostilities. Also read: Understanding the Citizenship Amendment Bill, 2019. Prime Minister Modi's declaration of his government's commitment to cultural and linguistic rights of Northeast communities, once the region went up in flames, was welcome, though late. It takes meaningful gestures, not copious words, to hold together diverse populations in the pursuit of common goals. It is a pity that the BJP, despite its ambitions to make India a superpower, cannot comprehend the elementary truth that triggering numerous mutinies across the nation is an impossible route to that. After the subterfuge on Kashmir, which involved responsible government functionaries lying to the public, the trust deficit of this government among vulnerable communities has multiplied. The BJP has made inroads in the Northeast and is in power in all 7 states. In the 2019 Lok Sabha election, it won a majority of the region's 25 seats. The party mistook its victories for an approval of its Hindutva politics, it now appears. Hindutva seeks to subordinate all identities to an overarching Hindu identity, but societies cannot be shoehorned into such narrow politics. The CAA seeks to provide a legal imprimatur to the BJP's blatant politics of turning the Northeast's ethnic fault lines into a religious one, by excluding Muslims alone. By pitting Bengali-speaking Hindus who have moved around in the region against their Muslim counterparts, the party hopes to reinforce itself in West Bengal also. The current tempest will soon pass, but this turmoil will not cease. To undo the misadventure of CAA, the center must show courage and hold back, and the leadership must demonstrate statesmanship. That will serve the nation well. Probing the police, on killing of Hyderabad rape murder accused, the Hindu. In ordering a judicial inquiry into the killing of the 4 suspects arrested for the rape and murder of a veterinarian near Hyderabad, the Supreme Court has paved the way for a probe that might command greater credibility than a routine police investigation. However, the necessity for such an inquiry has not been clearly established. The court notes a peculiar feature of the fur registered by the Telangana police and taken up for investigation by a special investigation team. The fur contains IPC sections and Arms Act provisions that relate to the offenses by the 4 accused in snatching weapons from the police and trying to kill them, while attempting to flee from custody. The court rightly questions how dead men could be investigated and prosecuted. Even though there is a claim that the CIT would investigate the cause of the deaths, it was possibly right on the court's part to doubt whether the police were genuine about establishing whether there really was an encounter. Further, the order underscores that the suspects were in the legal custody of the police when the incident took place, implying that it was primarily a custodial death, and one that was yet to be established as an encounter, the latter being a term that can be used only when the police or any other security force is unexpectedly faced with armed adversaries. To the extent that the court felt impelled to get to the bottom of the incident, its intervention is unexceptionable. Also read: Retributive Justice, on Hyderabad vet rape and murder. However, what is surprising is that the top court took up the matter when the Telangana High Court was seized of it. The High Court had done well to pass orders to preserve the bodies, and to videograph the autopsy, the footage of which should be handed over to a district judge. There was nothing to suggest that the High Court would not have ensured an impartial police investigation, especially when it was going by the guidelines issued by the Supreme Court in 2014 in PUCL vs. State of Maharashtra. Yet, without any finding that the proceedings before the High Court were ineffective, the top court has ordered a probe by a three-member commission. It has also stayed the probe by the National Human Rights Commission, possibly because it wanted to avoid any parallel inquiry. If at all it felt the need for an independent probe, the Supreme Court could have monitored the police investigation or transferred it to another agency. Instead, it has chosen the Commission of Inquiry route, and given 6 months for the panel to come out with its findings. It would be unfortunate if this has the unintended consequence of the police waiting for the Commission's findings and going slow on the criminal investigation. After all, regular investigation based on the criminal procedure is always better than ad hoc inquiries that are mere fact-finding exercises. The distinct cry of an imperiled frontier, the Hindu. The rest of India must recognize the concerns of the Northeast in what it sees in the Citizenship Amendment Act. The outburst against the Citizenship Amendment Bill, or CAB, now an act, or CAA, in the Northeast has left many outside the region confounded. Unlike the objections to the CAA everywhere else in the country, which is about the discriminatory and seeming Islamophobia attributes of the new law, they are bewildered that in the Northeast, CAB is seen as a threat to survival. This inability of those outside the Northeast to see what the Northeast sees betrays to an extent an ignorance and an insensitivity to a stark reality small marginalized communities there face. Population anxiety. The truth is, going by UNESCO's definition of endangered languages, all of the 200 and more languages spoken in the Northeast, with the exception of Assamese and Bengali, are in the vulnerable category. Even in the case of Assamese, though it is the language of the majority in the state with about 15 million speakers, Census 2011, they are still a tiny minority when the larger region of Bangladesh, Bengal and Assam is considered. Bengali speakers in Assam total about 9 million, Census 2011, however, neighboring Bangladesh alone has 164 million speakers of the same language. The fear in Assam of being overwhelmed by an unceasing influx of people from Bangladesh therefore is nothing beyond legitimacy. This is a peculiar situation often described as a majority with a minority complex. Its consequences have resurfaced in the region time and again, yet few take cognizance of it, perpetuating the phenomenon. In Bhutan in the 1980s, when a lakh or so Nepali migrants were evicted from the country, and even in the current Rohingya crisis, it is this same and largely ignored population anxiety that lies at its roots. Issue of marginalization. Berta Lindner, Swiss journalist and author who has been very closely associated with the region, has pointed out in a recent interview that the Rohingya crisis is nowhere near the popularly projected binary of Muslim versus Buddhist. The ethnic Rakhines, numbering about 2 million in the Rakhine state, shared with the Rohingya, were the ones feeling the pressure of a continuing population influx from Bangladesh, expanding the Rohingya population. That the Myanmar government favored the Rakhines was always obvious, but it may be noted that the crisis was precipitated when a previously unheard of militant organization, the Arakan Rohingya Salvation Army, made a coordinated attack on 30 Myanmar police camps in August 2017. This major incident prompted the Myanmar government to begin its brutal ethnic cleansing campaign. Even now, says Mr. Lindner, the presence of 7 lakh Rohingya refugees in Bangladesh close to the Chittagong Hill Tract, is making small ethnic Buddhist communities such as the Chakmas and Marmas uneasy. They could become marginalized if the refugees were to be resettled among them. These are tragedies that are indeed multi-layered, but often only one is made visible. Language and survival. A closer look at the UNESCO classification of endangered languages will illuminate further the Northeast's reaction to the CAA. If a language is vulnerable because of the small size of the number of speakers, it becomes more so if the language is spoken only in certain domains, for instance at home, but not at schools and offices, etc. It becomes definitely endangered if parents speak the language and children only know the language but do not speak it as mother tongue. It becomes critically endangered if the grandparents' generation speak the language, parents know it but do not use it, and children do not know it anymore. Extinct languages are those languages which no longer have any speakers. In the UNESCO list, several languages in the Northeast have already become extinct, many more are critically endangered. As Ganesh N. Devi, cultural activist and the man behind the People's Linguistic Survey of India campaign, has said in an interview, "When a language dies, a worldview dies with it." Under the circumstances, the response of the Northeast to the CAA is not merely tribal xenophobia as many have portrayed it to be with patronizing condescension, but a desperate survival throw. Nari Rustamji, a bureaucrat known for his love of the region and who served there during India's troubled decades of partition, sensed this mood with empathy. In his book, Imperiled Frontiers, India's Northeastern Borderlands, he observed that migration at a pace the host communities can absorb without detriment to their own social organisms is unlikely to cause problems. Indeed, the ethnic and cultural diversity of the Northeast show that migrants and their integration have always been a part of the historical reality of the region. Large-scale and rapid influxes, therefore, are the problem. Provoked and compelled by the imperial ambition of Burmese Konbaung ruler, King Bagida, whose army invaded and occupied Assam and Manipur starting 1819, the British intervened and took over Assam, which then was virtually the entire northeast with the exception of Tripura and Manipur, and formally annexed it in 1826 after the signing of the Treaty of Yandabo to make it a part of its Bengal province. Manipur was left as a protectorate state. As Assam was at the time unfamiliar with British colonial administration and education, educated Hindu Bengalis from neighboring Sylhet became the favored agents to fill the colonial bureaucracy and carry forward the colonial project. It is from this position of power that Hindu Bengalis dominated Assam's political as well as cultural spheres, at one point even having Bengali declared the official language of Assam on the plea the latter is a dialect of the former. This was predicted to ultimately provoke a reaction from the Assamese middle class as it came of age. There was also the Muslim Bengali peasantry which migrated to Assam, but those who arrived before politics in India began polarizing on religious lines, found it much easier to assimilate and adopt the Assamese identity. Bitter link with the past. When Assam was separated from Bengal and made a separate chief commissioner's province in 1874 and then in 1912 after Curzon's 1905 partition of Bengal was withdrawn, a reluctant Sylhet which felt it was better off as part of Bengal, came to be affiliated with the new province. At the time of partition, the equation changed and Sylhet's chance of remaining with India was for it to be treated as a part of Assam. The then Assamese leadership refused this as Assam would then have become Bengali majority. Sylhet had to face a referendum separately and by a thin Muslim majority was awarded to Pakistan. The current migration issue is also a consequence of this bitter politics of antagonism of the past. Nobody is perfectly innocent or guilty in this sordid drama, and the way forward has to be on the path of truth and reconciliation that Nelson Mandela showed. Pratap Fanjubam is a senior journalist and author based in Imphal. At great cost, The Indian Express. By Editorial, updated, December 16, 2019 9 hours 10 minutes and 40 seconds am. The biggest negative impact is on India's relations with Bangladesh, which has, in recent years, become one of Delhi's most productive partners. As popular opposition to the new law amending the Indian Citizenship Act intensifies within the country, the external costs are also coming into view. To be sure, the postponement of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's annual summit meeting with the Japanese Prime Minister, Shinzo Abe, that was to take place in Guwahati, might only be a temporary setback. It will almost certainly be rescheduled to some other city, or in Guwahati, when the situation returns to normal. But the story on other diplomatic fronts is a lot less reassuring. The biggest negative impact is on India's relations with Bangladesh, which has, in recent years, become one of Delhi's most productive partners. Beyond Bangladesh, India's long-standing reputation as a constitutional democracy is taking a big hit and the loss of goodwill and admiration is not easy to estimate. The question of illegal immigration has always been a deeply divisive issue between India and Bangladesh. Managing this bitter legacy of partition and the subsequent movement of people across the long border has been an enduring foreign policy challenge for Delhi. In recent years, Delhi and Dhaka were learning to limit the salience of the issue by deepening their partnership and resolving long-standing issues like the boundary dispute and cross-border terrorism. But in framing religious persecution of the Hindu minority in Bangladesh as one of the motivations for the amendment and repeatedly affirming that Muslim migrants from Bangladesh will be thrown out, as Union Home Minister Amit Shah has said, Delhi was inviting trouble from Dhaka. Although it deeply resented Shah's statements that put the Sheikh Hasina government in a spot at home, Dhaka has been willing to believe private assurances from Delhi that the issue of the amendment to the citizenship law in the National Register of Citizens were purely domestic issues with no bearing on bilateral relations. Until now, Dhaka's forbearance has finally snapped. That it chose to cancel the visits of two of its ministers to India suggests that Dhaka can no longer keep quiet and will be under increasing pressure to stand up to Delhi. If the Citizenship Amendment Law and the NRC have pushed India's best partnership in the neighborhood onto a slippery slope, they have also begun to create problems for India's most important international partnership with the United States. The State Department's reaction, urging Delhi to respect religious freedom and stay with India's constitutional values, was articulated in a polite manner. But US and Western criticism could get a lot tougher as Shah rolls out his plans for an NRC across the nation. The idea of India as a thriving democracy, and its strong commitment to civic nationalism as well as religious pluralism, have been important pillars on which India's strategic partnerships with the US and the West have been built in the last 2 decades. The government may be seriously underestimating the weight of India's shared political values with the West and the many real and intangible benefits it brings. The costs of that miscalculation could be quite serious and could be evident a lot sooner than Delhi thinks. For all the latest opinion news, download Indian Express app. A Band-Aid, the Indian Express. By Editorial, published December 16, 2019, 12 hours 45 minutes and 23 seconds am. Easing the price ceiling could help the healthcare system tide over the current crisis. Last week, India's drug regulator, the National Pharmaceutical Pricing Authority (NPPA), used the public interest provision of the Drugs Prices Control Order 2013 to allow manufacturers to increase prices of 21 essential drugs by as much as 50%. Most of these drugs are used to treat critical diseases such as tuberculosis, malaria and leprosy and are crucial to the country's public health program. The increase in their prices is, therefore, bound to raise concerns. But the decision of the regulatory authority, usually known to slash prices of life-saving drugs, was precipitated by an extraordinary situation. For nearly 2 years, drug manufacturers have been claiming inability to keep up with the country's healthcare demands due to increasing costs of production. Easing the price ceiling could help the healthcare system tide over the current crisis. It may, as the NPPA has reasoned, preempt a situation where the public is forced to switch to costlier alternatives. But the drug regulator and the Department of Pharmaceuticals need to do much more to address the root cause for the shortage of critical drugs. India's pharma industry imports more than 60% of active pharmaceutical ingredients, APIs, or bulk drugs, ingredients that give medicine its therapeutic value, from China. But in 2017, Chinese regulators cracked down on bulk drug manufacturing units for their failure to comply with the country's environmental regulations. The revamped Chinese API industry has raised prices, leading to spin-off effects in India. For instance, the cost of making vitamin C pills has gone up by more than 250% since 2017. This has reportedly led to a 25 to 30% shortage of this drug in India. Last month, the pharma major, Abbott, applied to the NPPA to discontinue production of the leprosy drug, Hanseprin. The company pointed out that increasing costs of API imports had made the production of Hanseprin unviable in India. The importance of making medicines more accessible to those who need them cannot be overstated. However, drug price control measures in India have not always achieved this objective. The ceiling on prices of 74 bulk drugs in 1995, for example, forced many companies to opt out of API production. The Draft Pharmaceutical Policy 2017 did propose correctives. These included giving preference to drugs produced from indigenously produced APIs in government procurement and taking them out of price control for 5 years. More importantly, the draft talked about creating research and development facilities for API production. However, the policy has not gone beyond the draft stage. It needs to be revisited in light of the country's current medicine shortage. For all the latest opinion news, download Indian Express app. Tags. Pharmaceutical sector. Democratic subversion, the Indian Express. Written by Ashutosh Varshney, updated, December 16, 2019, 2 hours 39 minutes and 24 seconds am. The recent exclusionary steps can only bring India's international image down. Right since 1945, up until recently, few democratic polities moved from inclusion to exclusion in their citizenship practices and laws. The big exceptions were mostly authoritarian, the Chinese treatment of Uyghurs being the most recent. Some democratic polities might have remained as exclusionary as before, but by and large, when change came about, democratic polities edged towards larger inclusion. And when new exclusions were proposed, as in Trump's America or in the Le Pen version of France, political battles have been launched by the forces opposed to such curtailments. By its bifocal citizenship move, 1. Excluding Muslim immigrants as citizens while accepting all other communities from Pakistan, Afghanistan and Bangladesh on grounds of persecution, and 2. Promising to introduce a national register of citizens, which will render stateless all those Muslims who don't have the documents to prove their Indian ancestry, even if they were born in India and have lived in the country for decades. Delhi is taking 2 of the darkest steps in the history of democratic citizenship since the European excesses of the 1940s. The implications are so profound that one should pause to take a larger comparative and historical look. India's strengths and weaknesses are often better understood that way. Citizenship is basically a legal code for the kind of political community a society is, or would like to be. It says who can be a member of the community, and with what bundle of rights. Since the American and French revolutions of the late 18th century and the German unification of 1871, the idea of citizenship has witnessed 2 models: birth in a territory, jus solis, and blood-based inheritance, jus sanguinis. Ignoring ethnicity, race or religion, the former is often, if not always, built around the ideals of a society. The latter hooks citizenship to ethnicity or race, sometimes also to religion, especially in societies where religion is not viewed as a matter of choice, but as a bloodline, functioning almost like race or ethnicity. India is moving from the former model to the latter. The voluminous literature on citizenship, and its cousin, nationhood, identifies the US and France as exemplars of the territorial model, and Germany and Japan as the epitome of blood-based citizenship. The consensus is that a community based on ideals is more inclusive, and harder to build, than one based on bloodlines. Of course, even inclusive polities have their infirmities. The US is the best known. Formally embracing the ideals of freedom and equality in 1789, it kept black slaves, who were neither free nor equal, and after the 1880s, it excluded Asians from its immigrant pool. It took the U.S. until the 1860s to end slavery, until the 1960s to delink citizenship from ethnicity. Similarly, in France, questions about the loyalty of Jews existed right until the 1910s, and controversy has also marked the status of Muslims after the 1970s. But exclusions are challenged in such polities. The blood-based models work differently. At the dissolution of the Soviet Union, Russian-speaking ethnic Germans, Soviet citizens until then, simply became citizens of Germany, once they demonstrated German ancestry. Non-ethnic members do exist in such polities, but they receive lesser citizenship, or an inferior bundle of rights. For some time, millions of Turks in Germany were guest workers, and naturalization of even Germany-born Turks was notoriously hard. But after becoming a member of the European Union, Germany also eventually moved in a more inclusive direction. Japan remains a great exception. Where did independent India fit in? It was undoubtedly closer to the territorial model. In contrast, Pakistan was conceptualized as a Muslim homeland, where non-Muslims could be citizens, but would have fewer rights. India was never envisioned by Gandhi, Nehru and Ambedkar as a Hindu homeland. Furthermore, Indians in South and East Africa, or Southeast Asia, were not allowed to acquire automatic Indian citizenship. They were citizens of their adopted lands. In those foundational days, even Muslims returning from Pakistan could reclaim Indian citizenship. The recent exclusionary steps can only bring India's international image down. India under Nehru was lauded worldwide for its constitutionally enshrined inclusive citizenship. If America's constitutive ideals were freedom and equality, India's founding values were equality, including religious equality, diversity and tolerance. Later, riots would often hurt religious minorities more, sometimes damningly so, but in the eyes of the law, there was no distinction between a Hindu or a Muslim. Even if politics deviated from the basic constitutional principles, the law did not follow suit. Now, a fusion of law and an exclusivist political ideology is in the making. The governments claim that a modern polity must inevitably draw a distinction between Sharanarthi, refugees, and Ghuspathi, infiltrators, is mendacious. For, it is patently clear that if the existing Muslim citizens of India are unable to produce documents of Indian ancestry, the National Register later, using citizenship amendments, can easily call them infiltrators, making them an object of internment or expulsion. In contrast, if the Hindus have a similar documentary deficit, they would neither be interned nor expelled. They can claim they are welcome only in a Hindu homeland, not elsewhere in South Asia, and thus acquire Indian citizenship. Assam is already burning, partly for this reason. The government's second claim that the Citizenship Amendment is not anti-Muslim, for it will give refugee status not only to Hindus, but also to Christians and Parsis, is also political sophistry. Why should the refugee status, and therefore the possibility of citizenship, be reserved only for those persecuted in three Muslim-majority neighbors, not in the Buddhist-majority Sri Lanka or Myanmar? Both are India's neighbors and have a record of persecuting minorities. And what about the Ahmadiyas, whom the Pakistani state, since the mid-1970s, has declared non-Muslim and oppressed? Is Delhi's heart really bleeding for the persecuted minorities? After Kashmir, Delhi has yet again used brute parliamentary arithmetic for majoritarian ends. Democracy now urgently requires the judiciary in the streets. The Supreme Court may, or may not, act in a resolute manner, hence, protests are also necessary. Non-BJP state governments can exercise the option of non-cooperation, too. Most of the machinery for implementation of laws is, after all, with state governments. An unneighborly act, the Indian Express. Written by Ashikur Rahman, updated, December 16, 2019, 12 hours 43 minutes and 6 seconds am. Bangladesh and India's nearly 5-decade-old bilateral relationship has been anything but steady. Illustration by C.R. Sasikumar. It is unclear why any nation, where its political leadership has the right mindset, will risk jeopardizing an international bilateral partnership that is rooted in both historic sanctity and strategic value. Yet the actions and the political philosophy of the ruling NDA government in India, manifested in the recently passed Citizenship Amendment Bill (CAB) and the National Register of Citizens (NRC), are increasingly threatening the country's friendship with Bangladesh that emerged out of troubled waters. Bangladesh and India's nearly 5-decade-old bilateral relationship has been anything but steady. The few early years of positive engagement after 1971, when Bangladesh was being salvaged from its war-torn state under the stewardship of its founding father Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, saw a dramatic reversal with the assassination of Mujib in 1975. In fact, the resurrection of military leaders and anti-Indian political and Islamic forces within the politics of Bangladesh after 1975 meant that India and Bangladesh could not form an alliance rooted in trust. And this precarious relationship reached rock bottom when the BNP and the Jamaat-e-Islam's coalition government sponsored insurgency activities against the northeastern states of India between 2001 and 2006 by allowing separatist leaders to use Bangladesh's sovereign territories for their terrorist operations. It is only under Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina's leadership, after the electoral victory of the Awami League-led alliance in 2008, that Bangladesh made a complete U-turn in its approach to India. Further, there is little debate today that the Bangladesh-India partnership has greatly benefited from Hasina's patronage of goodwill-generating initiatives. Bangladesh has also shown an unfettered commitment to India's national security by showing zero tolerance for all forms of terrorism. However, recent political developments within India could threaten the friendship that Bangladesh has nurtured, maintained and remains committed to. More specifically, the government of India's decision to go ahead with the passing of the CAB will now aid the political implementation of the NRC, as it gives special status to Hindus and people belonging to other religions but not to Muslims. And while the passage of the CAB was immediately followed by the cancellation of official visits by Bangladesh's Home Minister and Foreign Minister, both sides still officially maintain that the NRC is India's internal issue. This is so even though the political rhetoric in India is advocating the expulsion of Muslim infiltrators from Bangladesh, Pakistan and Afghanistan, which contradicts Delhi's official position with Bangladesh. This is precisely why many in Bangladesh believe that the NRC is blatantly disrespectful and risks undermining the only successful example of the neighborhood first policy that the NDA government coined when they were elected to office in 2014. There are two available strategies the NDA government might opt to pursue in how to deal with the million-plus Muslims in Assam who are now considered infiltrators. These people can either be kept in secured camps or the Indian government can start pushing them back into Bangladesh. And while the first strategy might create an international uproar, the second is likely to completely destabilize the relationship that underpins cooperation between the two neighbors. But this is not the only front to which the implications of the NRC will be restricted. The CAB and the NRC are instruments that try to facilitate the reconfiguration of India's social fabric into two broad identities, Hindus and the rest, which serves only the narrow interests of the ruling coalition in Delhi, especially because it relies on religious identity-based jingoism as a political tool. Hence, the CAB and the NRC will deepen the communal divide that remains ever present within the social fabric of South Asia. It is also essential to underscore that in no civilized country can religion be the basis of citizenship, specifically if the founding principles of such nation-states championed secular ideals and equality before the law. In that respect, the political and legal argument of the NDA government that categorizes India as the natural homeland for Hindus but not for Muslims is not only an ideological regression, but it champions a philosophy that is inherently anti-Indian. And as this process plays out, it will open the window for new sources of destabilization in both Bangladesh and India. After all, if India's right-wing Hindu forces find it justifiable to propagate a second-class citizenship for Indian Muslims and send controversially created infiltrators to Bangladesh, then what will stop Jamaat-e-Islami and other right-wing Islamic forces in Bangladesh from proposing similar standards for more than 10 million Bangladeshi Hindus? And how will secular and liberal forces in Bangladesh navigate this communal tension, with its root cause in the systematic persecution of minorities in India? Most importantly, how will any well-intentioned government in Bangladesh build a lasting partnership with India if the population at large becomes deeply distrusting and skeptical of such a partnership? There is little doubt that one cannot ensure geopolitical stability, security and social harmony by legitimizing a political strategy that aims to turn a democracy into a communal, majoritarian political order, particularly when the subcontinent has navigated a deeply divisive past, culminating in a profound distrust for one's neighbor. Bilateral ties that overcame such strong historic impediments deserve respect, as they were created with hard work, meticulous political strategies, good intent and visionary leadership. Any political strategy that undermines such accomplishments merits reconsideration. Ties with Bangladesh, in particular, need careful consideration. Any crossing of the Rubicon while executing the NRC will undo the important strides that Bangladesh and India have together taken in the recent past. Climate of inaction, on UN Climate Change Conference, The Hindu. If climate change is the defining issue of the century, the UN conference in Madrid failed miserably in galvanizing action to address it. This year's outcome is all the more depressing because nearly 200 delegates representing rich and poor countries had the benefit of new scientific reports from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change warning of near-certain catastrophic consequences of inaction, and an analysis from the UN Environment Programme on the gap between current greenhouse gas emissions and the limit over the coming decade. Eventually, in Spain, the Conference of the Parties to the Paris Agreement degenerated into an unproductive wrangle over establishing a market system to trade in carbon credits earned through reductions in emissions, with some countries eager to cash in on poorly audited emissions savings from the clean development mechanism of the Kyoto Protocol that preceded the Paris Pact. Such horse trading stands in contrast to the real losses from extreme weather events that climate-vulnerable countries, India included, are facing with frightening regularity. Even insured losses worldwide during 2017 and 2018 together stood at a record $225 billion, while the bulk of destruction had no such risk cover. These dire data should have imbued the climate negotiations with urgency and purpose, but the final declaration was desultory, merely expressing serious concern at the emissions gap and seeking to limit temperature increase to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Climate negotiators might have tossed the more intractable questions, raising $100 billion a year from 2020 for developing countries, creating a strong framework to address loss and damage from climate events and transferring technology to poorer countries on reasonable terms, to the next conference a year later, but they cannot avoid rising pressure from civil society in several countries for concrete action. One of the models that will be closely studied is the Green Deal that has been announced by the European Commission, with binding targets for member nations to cut emissions by at least 50% by 2030 and go net zero by 2050. This approach could potentially make the EU the leader in global climate action, a position that the US never adopted, and China will take longer to aspire for. India's own status as a low per capita carbon emitter offers little comfort as its overall emissions are bound to grow. With a low base compared to other major nations, it may well achieve its initial voluntary targets under the Paris Agreement, but a shift away from fossil fuels is inevitable in the longer term. As it prepares to face calls for higher ambition in 2020 and beyond, India has to involve its states in mitigation and adaptation efforts. Death and destruction by frequent storms, floods and droughts should lead to urgent cohesive action. Reservations need to continue for Anglo-Indians, The Hindu. The community's troubles were highlighted in a 2013 report. The Union Cabinet recently approved a proposal to end the constitutional provisions that guarantee the reservation of 2 seats for the Anglo-Indian community in the Lok Sabha and in state assemblies. The decision not to renew this provision was based on the view that the community is doing well and does not need these political reservations. Our view is that this premise is inaccurate. While census data are not available, as Anglo-Indians are no longer identified as a separate category in the census survey, those working on the ground with members of the community have experience and evidence that tell a different story. And this is supported by the government-commissioned Ministry of Minority Affairs Report 2013, on the situation of Anglo-Indians. Based on surveys conducted among people belonging to the community in a number of cities, the report documented poor economic and social conditions for too many. Among the major challenges and problems faced by people of the community, the report observed, the most significant ones related to identity crisis, lack of employment, educational backwardness, lack of proper facilities and cultural erosion. The document also explicitly commended the assistance Anglo-Indians receive from their nominated MPs and MLAs, stating that, representatives of the Anglo-Indian community in the state assemblies and local leaders of the community are working hard for the welfare and progress of the community. A forward-looking move. Nomination of seats for Anglo-Indians in the Lok Sabha was a testament to the fair-minded and forward-looking vision of the founding fathers of the Republic, whose understanding of how to build a successful democracy has rather uniquely stood the test of time. Frank Anthony made the case for special representation on behalf of the community, following which Mahatma Gandhi agreed to his request for 3 seats in the Constituent Assembly, thereby giving Anglo-Indians a voice in the creation of India's constitution. Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, as chairman of the Advisory Committee on Fundamental Rights, Minorities and Tribal and Excluded Areas, was the person most directly responsible for the granting of these special concessions to this community, scattered across the country. Representing an all-India community, Anthony and his successors in the Lok Sabha used that voice to provide an independent, national view of the interests of India as a whole. Even when supporting their own communities' causes, particularly in areas like education, they advanced the national interest and greatly benefited the country. The presence of Anglo-Indian MLAs in many state legislatures similarly provided a constructive pro-national voice, less tied to parochialism or provincialism, and emphatically against linguistic and religious separatism and similar narrowly communal interests. Unfortunately, the present Lok Sabha has no representation from this community. In recent years, under its current President-in-Chief, Barry O'Brien, the All India Anglo-Indian Association has continued to expand, creating and promoting positive political engagement. Other community organizations have also been engaged in such work. It would be a great loss to the nation if these voices were to be further marginalized by hasty decisions premised on short-term political considerations. Some success stories. While there certainly are success stories in the community, the existence of many not so successful ones must also be acknowledged. A radical decision like that involving scrapping of reservations ought to have been based on a thorough examination of the position of the community as a whole, and not on the status of some eminent individuals. It should also be noted that many success stories exist because of the work of dedicated community members, including those who serve or have served as MLAs and MPs. We would therefore conclude that the Indian government needs to continue giving reservation to this marginalized community. The costs to the state here are minimal. But retaining the reserved seats would demonstrate its ability to respond to the needs of those among the most vulnerable people. This would also be a recognition of encouragement for the work done on the ground by grassroots groups involved with the community. In the near future, the community can also possibly find representation in the National Commission for Minorities. A stronger, less socioeconomically marginalized Anglo-Indian community would benefit the nation as a whole. And the community needs all the support it can get. Robin Andrews teaches at Massey University, New Zealand, Dolores Chu at Marianopolis College, Montreal, Canada, and Uther Charlton Stevens at Volgograd State University, Russia. Unfulfilled Promise, on Personal Data Protection Bill, The Hindu. India's Personal Data Protection Bill 2019 starts encouragingly, seeking to protect the privacy of individuals relating to their personal data. But by the end, it is clear it is not designed to deliver on the promise. For, even as it rightly requires handlers of data to abide by globally accepted rules about getting an individual's consent first, it disappointingly gives wide powers to the government to dilute any of these provisions for its agencies. The bill, which was tabled in Parliament by the Electronics and IT Minister on December 11, has now been referred to a joint committee, to be headed by the BJP's Meenakshi Lekhi. The committee is expected to table its report during the budget session. Technically, therefore, this is not beyond redemption yet. But recent events have cast doubts about whether the government is serious about delivering on the privacy promise. Recently, messaging platform WhatsApp said that some Indian journalists and rights activists were among those spied using technology by an Israeli company, which by its own admission only works for government agencies across the world. Google too had alerted 12,000 users, including 500 in India, regarding government-backed phishing attempts against them. The Indian government has still not come out in the clear convincingly regarding these incidents. Importantly, one of the first to raise a red flag about the bill's problematic clauses was Justice B.N. Sri Krishna, whose committee's report forms the basis of the bill. He has used words such as Orwellian and Big Brother in reaction to the removal of safeguards for government agencies. In its report last July, the committee noted that the dangers to privacy originate from state and non-state actors. It therefore called for exemptions to be watertight, narrow, and available for use in limited circumstances. It had also recommended that the government bring in a law for the oversight of intelligence gathering activities, the means by which non-consensual processing of data takes place. A related concern about the bill is regarding the constitution of the Data Protection Authority of India, which is to monitor and enforce the provisions of the Act. It will be headed by a chairperson and have not more than 6 whole-time members, all of whom are to be selected by a panel filled with government nominees. This completely disregards the fact that government agencies are also regulated under the Act. They are major collectors and processors of data themselves. The sweeping powers the bill gives to the government renders meaningless the gains from the landmark K.S. Puttaswamy vs. Union of India case, which culminated in the recognition that privacy is intrinsic to life and liberty, and therefore a basic right. That idea of privacy is certainly not reflected in the bill in its current form. Listen to them, The Indian Express. By Editorial, published December 17, 2019, 12 hours 54 minutes and 7 seconds am. The police force in Delhi, as in many other states in India, remains, for the most part, a heavy-footed anachronism in a democracy of the young, a brutalizing leftover from a more repressive time. The images and videos of the Delhi police rampage on the Jamia Millia Islamia campus following students' protests against the new citizenship law in the national capital on Sunday underline an awful, dispiriting dissonance. The police force in Delhi, as in many other states in India, remains, for the most part, a heavy-footed anachronism in a democracy of the young, a brutalizing leftover from a more repressive time. But the rankling gap between police and the people showcased on Sunday is about more than just lathy-happy policemen. The silence of the government in the aftermath of the outrage at Jamia, where the police barged into the campus without permission, forced its way into the canteen, mosque and library, dragged and beat up students, rounded up and detained them, using as pretext acts of arson and vandalism outside the university, is part of the problem. Now in its second term in power, the Narendra Modi government is yet to find the language to talk to those who protest and disagree. And this absence, this lack, becomes more glaring, more grave, when it is confronted with restive students. Try watching this video on, or enable JavaScript if it is disabled in your browser. It is not just that the government, otherwise in constant communication or propaganda overdrive, turns a hard and frigid face to them. It is also that instead of listening to them, it seeks to tar and taint, stick labels and attribute motives, invoke specters. The distortion of words and meanings goes to the very top, or flows down from there. Listen to the Prime Minister, campaigning in Dumka, in poll-bound Jharkhand, on the day Delhi police ran riot in Jamia. Those spreading the fire, aag lagane wal, can be identified by their clothes capped on say hi pada chal jata hai, the PM said. He also invoked Pakistan, likening the protests against the CAB to protests by people of Pakistani origin, against the court decision on Ram Janmabhoomi in Article 370. It was a bid to discredit the students' protest by painting their criticism of a citizenship law that discriminates against Muslims as anti-national and pro-Pakistan. Such talk is in tune with the spirit of the law that this government has steamrolled through Parliament, a law that virtually closes India's doors to illegal immigrants who are Muslim because they are Muslim. And it is not the first time that PM Modi, a minister in his government, or a senior functionary of his party, has sought to portray dissent as anti-national. This isn't the first time dog whistle politics has been deployed. And yet, each and every time it happens, it is cause for concern. Because it does not behove a government in a country of India's diversities and democratic standing to sound so insensitive, either to the apprehensions of its minority or to the voice of its young. On Monday, the Prime Minister said no vested interest group would be allowed to divide us and create disturbance. Hopefully, those words are meant to reassure all, irrespective of what they wear. A signaling device, the Indian Express. Written by Sanjeev Barua, published December 17, 2019, 12 hours 42 minutes and 22 seconds am. This is not the first time that a major country has adopted an ideology-driven refugee policy. The raison d'etre for the Citizenship Amendment Act, 2019 is fundamentally ideological. Home Minister Amit Shah's claim in the Rajya Sabha that crores of people belonging to religious minorities are persecuted for their faith in neighboring countries does not exactly sound like a statement based on his supporting officials' analysis of information from some hitherto unknown database on religious persecution. Bangladesh's Foreign Minister, A.K. Abdul Momen, has said that allegations of minority repression in Bangladesh are false. However, Momen's challenge to Shah that he visit Bangladesh for a few months to see for himself the amity between religious groups is naive. Facts and figures that are figments of an inflamed ideological imagination cannot be refuted by empirical evidence. The idea that even 70 years after the partition, Hindus who find themselves on the wrong side of the border must be recognized as people crossing into India to join the nation to which they, naturally, belong, is a foundational tenet of Hindu nationalism. Dutch historian Willem van Schendel calls it the narrative of homecoming. The idea of India as a homeland for Hindus can be traced back to some of the earliest ideological tracts that many in the current political establishment consider sacred. The RSS chief, Mohan Bhagwat, has often asserted that no Hindu can be a foreigner in India. He has said this even in Assam, where both migration from eastern Bengal and opposition to it began well before the partition, an important bit of regional history that does not interest many Indians. This is not the first time that a major country has adopted an ideology-driven refugee policy. There are lessons to be drawn from the experience of countries that had adopted similar policies before. Ideologically driven refugee policies seem especially prone to be plagued by the law of unintended consequences. Unfortunately, our country's current snap, uninformed, and policy-illiterate style of law-making does not allow for learning from the experience of others. The pitfalls of such policies are well understood by those who study them. The best examples come from the U.S. during the Cold War. For nearly 3 decades, the Cold War shaped the very definition of a refugee in U.S. law. A refugee was defined as a person fleeing from a communist-dominated country or area. The Cuban Revolution of 1959, when Fidel Castro's guerrillas ousted the U.S.-backed military dictatorship of Fulgencio Batista, prompted a large-scale emigration of Cubans to the U.S. Not unlike India's recent Citizenship Amendment Act, the Cuban Adjustment Act of 1966 was adopted to give permanent resident status to Cubans who had lived in the U.S. for a year even if a person had entered the country illegally. Like India's Citizenship Amendment Act, it put Cubans on a fast track to citizenship. During a time when there was little public support for immigration, anti-communism provided the ideological rationale for these policies. Cubans were supposedly voting with their feet. Their making an exit choice testified to the failures of communism and the moral superiority of capitalism and American democracy. U.S. Ambassador Arthur Goldberg told the UN General Assembly that many thousands of Cubans have seized every available means of transportation which will take them from Cuba to the United States, but no crowds are pounding on Cuba's gates and seeking admission. Cold War ideologues expected Cuban exiles to become strategic assets for the U.S., that they would commit themselves to the task of overthrowing the Castro regime, and would one day return to Cuba. Things didn't quite turn out that way. The Cuban population in the U.S. multiplied nearly 6-fold between 1960 and 1970, from 79,000 in 1960 to 439,000 in 1970. It soon became clear that very few of them were refugees in the strict sense of the term. They were not escaping persecution, nor were they leaving Cuba because of a well-founded fear of persecution. Most Cubans who arrived in the U.S. after the Cuban Adjustment Act were, according to Cuban-born anthropologist Virginia Dominguez, consumer refugees. Cooperating with the Enemy was the title of an article on this subject by former Harvard University professor Jorge J. Dominguez. Unlike the East German government that built the Berlin Wall to prevent emigration, Castro allowed people to leave the island from time to time. He even claimed that far from inflicting damage on his country, the U.S. had taken from this country many lumpen proletarians and many lazy people. While that can be dismissed as political rhetoric, there is ample evidence to suggest that the Castro government used emigration as an escape valve to export surplus labor as well as political opposition. Meanwhile, since the Cuban Adjustment Act allowed Cuban immigrants to become permanent residents, which put them on a path to U.S. citizenship, as time went on, Cuban exiles had little reason to remain activists seeking the overthrow of the Castro regime. Thus, the U.S. policy toward Cuba, said Dominguez, was rarely made by the U.S. alone. Castro in effect forced the U.S. government to surrender to Cuba some U.S. sovereign prerogatives to set U.S. immigration policies. What are the chances of the Citizenship Amendment Act fueling new waves of Hindu emigration from Bangladesh, as people in Assam and northeast India now fear? Signaling plays an important role in encouraging or discouraging migration flows. The CAA will be a powerful signal to the remaining Hindu population of Bangladesh to choose the exit option. Simply to assert that the resistance is misinformed because the law has the cutoff date of December 31, 2014 is a misunderstanding of the history of 7 decades of post-partition migratory flows. After all, with the CAA, Delhi has just got rid of the cutoff dates that were agreed upon in the Assam Accord. A previous amendment to our citizenship laws was a response to the reality that when Bangladesh became independent in 1971, it refused to take responsibility for migrants who had moved to India during the Pakistan years. Bangladesh agreed to take responsibility only for those who entered India after March 25, 1971, when the Pakistani military crackdown of the liberation struggle in East Pakistan began. India was then faced with a accompli. It had to accept those who entered India before 25, 1971. Is this a case of a smaller neighbor forcing India to surrender some of its sovereign prerogatives to set immigration policies? That an important date in the annals of Pakistan has acquired such a crucial place in the law and practice of citizenship in India, most recently in the context of the National Register of Citizens, is quite telling. The protesters are right to fear that by the time the cutoff date of December 31, 2014 becomes irrelevant, giving way to another provisional cutoff date, it will be too late for Assam. Past history and the accumulated wisdom of academic literature is on the side of the protesters. Fitting tribute to Ambedkar, The Indian Express. Written by Guru Prakash, published December 17, 2019, 12 hours 42 minutes and 23 seconds am. Reforms to reservation have become the need of the hour. B.R. Ambedkar's death anniversary was observed on December 6. It is, therefore, an appropriate time for serious introspection. As the chief architect of the Constitution, Ambedkar ensured an equitable atmosphere in every sense, which was essential due to the years of institutional oppression faced by more than a quarter of the Indian population at the time of independence. Some progress has definitely been made, but there still remains a significant distance for us to cover as a society to create the kind of atmosphere that Ambedkar and his colleagues imagined. The debate on reservation is highly polarized and, usually, brings out the worst in us. Arguments made by all the sides are logical and extremely passionate. It can be challenging to evolve a middle path that includes opposing perspectives. On the one hand, there is a school of thought that derides reservation and advocates a merit-based order. On the other hand, there are ferocious supporters of reservation who consider any debate around reforms as blasphemous. Merit is contextual and means different things to different people. Caste creates networks, and upper castes, through years of institutional linkages, have established an infrastructure that invariably helps in mentorship and handholding. This is missing for the Dalits. Even the exceptionally skilled and competent Dalits are first treated as Dalits, everything else becomes secondary. A study by Sukadeo Thorat and Paul Atwell in 2010 had reportedly observed that, for equally qualified SC and upper caste, about 4,800 each, applicants, SCs had 67% less chance of receiving calls for an interview. What is more disturbing is that the high percentage of less qualified high castes, undergraduate, received calls compared with the more qualified SCs postgraduates. However, this does not absolve the people on the other side of the spectrum who become absolutists when it comes to reservations. Political reservation was never intended to perpetuate the interests of a single family. The case of Lok Janshakti Party is peculiar. Ram Vilas Paswan, Pashupati Paris brother, Chirag Paswan, son, and Prince Raj, nephew, are in parliament from reserved constituencies. The community can see through this hypocrisy. There are a lot of difficult questions that we need to confront as a community. Reforms to reservation have become the need of the hour. A section of SCs and STs have benefited, and are constantly benefiting from reservation. It is time we transcend our selfish interests and advocate a rethinking of reservation that is more inclusive. The contours of reforms in reservation must be developed through a consultative process involving real and potential stakeholders within the Dalit community. The idea of preferential treatment in sectors that are still underrepresented must be explored objectively. The civil society, industry, media, higher judiciary and the upper echelons of bureaucracy still lack social diversity and, therefore, the empathy required to address the concerns of the community. The Ministry of Human Resource Development, through a recent notification, has asked the IITs, IIMs and other premier institutions to follow the reservation norms in faculty recruitment. People from marginalized communities did not have any leadership role in these institutions for so long. We need fresh dialogue and thinking on reservation. Including the excluded will be the real tribute to not just Ambedkar, but the Constitution of India. The writer is an assistant professor at Patna University. For all the latest opinion news, download Indian Express app. More from Guru Prakash. Cop that flopped, the Indian Express. By Editorial, published December 17, 2019, 12 hours 3 minutes and 35 seconds am. The main item on the meet's agenda, framing rules for setting up a new carbon market under the Paris Agreement, has been deferred to next year. The 25th Conference of Parties (COP) of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change (UNFCCC) was scheduled as a 12-day summit. Delegates from the 200-odd nations, who had assembled at the Spanish capital of Madrid for the meet, ended up working 2 more days. But for all their efforts, the negotiators only managed to highlight the disconnect between global climate diplomacy and the imperative of bringing down GHG emissions. The longest meet in the UNFCCC's history concluded on Sunday with an agreement mired in generalities and which lacks a roadmap to meet the goals of the Paris Climate Pact. The main item on the meet's agenda, framing rules for setting up a new carbon market under the Paris Agreement, has been deferred to next year. The Madrid talks were expected to nudge all countries to scale up their commitments under the Paris Pact, nationally determined contributions or NDCs, in view of recent studies which show that the world is not doing enough to prevent the extreme impacts of climate change. The small island nations have been pushing for strong directives to all countries to upscale their NDCs in light of the changed realities. At Madrid, they were supported by the EU countries. The developed countries, including the EU, were, however, non-committal when it came to honoring their previous pledges on funds and technology transfers to the developing countries. The talks hit a roadblock when India, China and Brazil argued that they would not support strong language on raising ambitions without a similar call for rich countries to honor their past commitments. COP25's final declaration does invite new climate pledges that represent a progression beyond previous pledges and the highest possible ambition. The general in trouble, on Pervez Musharraf's death sentence, The Hindu. A Pakistani special court's decision on Tuesday to hand down the death penalty to former dictator Pervez Musharraf is perhaps one of the most consequential decisions by the country's judiciary in recent years. Mr. Musharraf, who captured power through a bloodless coup in 1999, was found guilty, under Article 6, of high treason for declaring a state of emergency in 2007. Then, Mr. Musharraf, faced with massive protests against his regime, suspended rights, carried out a nationwide purge against rivals and placed key figures under house arrest. The high treason case was filed by the Nawaz Sharif government in 2013. The court, in a 2-1 verdict, stated that Mr. Musharraf was guilty of violating and subverting the Constitution and gave him the highest punishment under the High Treason Punishment Act of 1973. Mr. Musharraf, currently in Dubai, can appeal. If the Supreme Court upholds the death penalty, he could still seek presidential pardon. While the legal battle can continue, what is clear is that the ruling is a setback to the military and the government. The Imran Khan government had earlier moved the Islamabad High Court, asking it to restrain the special court from passing the final judgment in the Musharraf trial. The High Court delayed the verdict and allowed the government's prosecution team to present fresh arguments. But none of these came to his rescue. This is the first time in Pakistan's history that a military chief has been found guilty of treason and given the death sentence. It is significant given the complex institutional power dynamics in which the military has always held great sway. In a country that has seen coups and was ruled directly by the military for over 3 decades in total, it is not easy to stand up to the interests of the establishment. Still, that is what the judiciary is doing in recent days. Last month, the Supreme Court cut to 6 months the Army Chief General Qamar Javed Bajwa's 3-year extension given by the government. If he has to continue beyond the 6-month period, Parliament has to pass new legislation in that regard, according to the court. If that was a challenge to the military-government nexus, the death penalty awarded to Mr. Musharraf, the once all-powerful leader, has struck a blow against the establishment. It could act as a legal deterrent against any military intervention in civilian affairs. It also strengthens the judiciary as an institution further, redrawing the institutional equilibrium in Pakistan's power dynamics. The civilian authorities should seize the moment to alter the balance in civil-military relations. What Mr. Musharraf's fate should be is up to the higher courts to decide. But the spirit of the special court's judgment is to hold the men in uniform accountable for their actions and enforce the primacy of the Constitution. That is good news for democracy. Justice for the Rohingya, the Hindu. Last week's preliminary hearings at the International Court of Justice, ICJ, seeking guarantees of basic protection for Myanmar's Rohingya Muslims arguably offer only symbolic hope to this long-suffering community. Yet, the lengthy legal process at the Hague Court on the plight of thousands forcibly exiled in refugee camps in Bangladesh is key to forcing accountability on Yangon. The case brought by Gambia, a tiny West African state, on behalf of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, pertains to alleged genocide in 2017 committed by the Myanmarese military. The forces have insisted that their actions were merely in response to the armed insurgency, notably by the Arakan Rohingya Salvation Army. The UN and several rights groups have documented orchestrated incidents of torched villages, mass rape and other atrocities by the military, forcing over 700,000 Rohingya to flee to Bangladesh. Rendering the lot of the Rohingya in Myanmar's Rakhine state particularly vulnerable is the denial of citizenship and the reference by nationalist sections to them as illegal Bengali immigrants. Oddly enough, arguing the defense of the junta's actions at the ICJ was Nobel Peace Laureate and Myanmar's leader Aung San Suu Kyi, whose National League for Democracy swept to power in 2015. She asserted that the army had acted proportionately in countering the rebels and accused Gambia of misrepresenting the situation, while critics point out that she downplayed the extent of the violence and official failure to intervene. Observers highlight the absence of an explicit reference to the Rohingya in her testimony, much like her equivocation after the 2017 carnage and claims of fake news. She has even been accused of choosing to argue the defense in person with an eye on the 2020 general election. Lawyers representing Myanmar insisted that while violent crimes were committed during the conflict, motives of genocide against the community could not be imputed against the authorities. The ICJ, which adjudicates disputes between countries, has handed down guilty verdicts in a few cases relating to crimes of genocide. But crucially, it has stopped short of pinning the blame directly upon states as in the 2007 ruling on the Bosnian War of the preceding decade, relying on a differentiation between ethnic cleansing and genocide. The challenges of establishing conclusive proof of the intention to extirpate entire communities underlies this caution. A decision regarding genocide relating to the atrocities against the Rohingya is not expected anytime soon. The more urgent concern before the court is Gambia's petition seeking an injunction that the violence against the community cease forthwith and the government guarantee immediate protection. Mizuki must heed that call without reservations. Time to defend India's secularism, the Hindu. The Citizenship Amendment Act has imperiled the nation's constitutional values, and no one can afford to be silent. India's secular structure faces a profound crisis. The Citizenship Amendment Act 2019 must be rejected for three reasons. First, it is against the letter and spirit of our Constitution. Second, it is divisive, deeply discriminatory and violative of human rights. Third, it seeks to impose the politics and philosophy of Hindutva, with its vision of a Hindu nation, on our entire people and on the basic structure of our polity. Our constitutional values are in peril, and no person who has faith in our democracy can afford to be silent and uninvolved in what is happening around us. Against common citizenship. Let us understand each of these 3 points. The first is that the Citizenship Amendment Act is against the letter and spirit of our Constitution. Articles 5 to 11 of the Constitution deal with citizenship, and the Citizenship Act, 1955, lays down criteria for citizenship based on birth, descent, registration, naturalization, and citizenship by incorporation of territory. By setting new criteria, the Citizenship Amendment Act goes against the premise of common citizenship regardless of differences of caste, creed, gender, ethnicity and culture. Further, Article 14 of the Constitution lays down that the state shall not deny to any person equality before the law or the equal protection of the laws within the territory of India. It bears emphasis that Article 14 applies not only to citizens but to all persons within the territory of India. What do we mean by the spirit of the Constitution? We associate the drafting of our Constitution with the rich debates of the Constituent Assembly, and the wisdom of its members, amongst whom Babasaheb Ambedkar stands tall. It is often not recognized, however, that it was the heroism of millions of unsung freedom fighters that made our Constitution a reality. These men and women, who came from the working class, peasantry, and socially marginalized groups, whatever their religious persuasion, challenged the colonial authorities in their struggle for human rights and economic justice. This struggle had broader aims than the overthrow of colonial rule. These torchbearers of modern Indian history played a crucial role in creating the demand for social justice, and a constitution with democratic and secular values in a society in which discrimination and inequality were deeply ingrained. Although the framing of the Constitution did not mark the end of the struggle for civil liberties and for an egalitarian society, it, nevertheless, was a milestone in our history. Our freedom fighters were also conscious that theirs was a struggle for a society free of caste and religious deprivation and discrimination, and free of the deep social and economic inequalities that characterize Indian society. This was true of the manifestos of the left from the early 1920s. This aspiration was also reflected in the resolution of the Karachi session of the Indian National Congress in 1931, held after the execution of Bhagat Singh and his comrades. Confronted by the radical mass upsurge of the time, the Congress passed resolutions on the freedom of speech, press, freedom of assembly, freedom of association, and equality before the law. The national movement in British India was further strengthened by movements in the erstwhile princely states. Our forebears dreamt of an independent India where communal prejudice would be alien to the polity. It is not surprising that the threat to those parts of our Constitution that defend secularism, democracy, social equality, federalism, and individual and social diversity, should come from that section of the polity that did not participate in the freedom struggle. The surrender to British imperialism by the precursors of today's forces of Hindutva is a chapter of India's history that is cast in stone. No amount of denial can change that unheroic past. Violative of rights. Our second point is that the Citizenship Amendment Act is divisive, deeply discriminatory and violative of human rights. As I have written before, our national unity was won through struggle. The Citizenship Amendment Act is one of the many threats to its survival. Our hard-won Constitution recognizes individual and social differences, and that we must weave the cord of unity by creating a sense of belonging and inclusiveness for all. The Citizenship Amendment Act attempts to create and deepen communal division and social polarization in the country. The act gives eligibility for citizenship to Hindus, Sikhs, Buddhists, Jains, Parsis and Christians from Afghanistan, Bangladesh and Pakistan who entered India on or before December 31, 2014, and specifically excludes Muslims from that list. In granting citizenship on the basis of religion, it discriminates against Muslims and rejects the basic concept of secularism. That the Citizenship Amendment Act is discriminatory and violative of human rights has been recognized by those who have come out on the streets in many states, in opposition to the act. It is noteworthy that university and college students figure so prominently in the upsurge against the act. Though pushed through in the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha by the Bharatiya Janata Party (BJP) and its allies, these young citizens of India have come together, much as students did during the anti-colonial struggle, to reject the attempt to divide India along religious lines. They have denounced this act as discriminatory and violative of human rights. The Rights Agenda. Our final point, that the agenda of Hindutva and its ultimate goal of establishing a Hindu nation, underlie the Citizenship Amendment Act, is well established both by past experience and the present actions of the BJP Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh. We mentioned earlier the absence of the forces of Hindutva from the freedom movement. It was in this period that M.S. Golwalkar propounded his theory of India as a Hindu nation, where other religious communities had no rights of citizenship. The Citizenship Amendment Act is the latest blow by the BJP to the secular nature of our polity. When the left has been in government, we have made every effort to use the machinery at our command to preserve communal harmony. Elsewhere, we have organized the masses to ensure such harmony. Notes from Kerala. Kerala's struggle for secularism and social equality has much to teach us. Historically, the different strands of Kerala's social renaissance and, subsequently, the forces of the left and other progressive sections, fought hard against social discrimination and communalism, and for social and economic equality. All political parties and social groupings of different types in Kerala, other than the parties and organizations of Hindutva, have come together against the Citizenship Amendment Act. The peaceful satyagraha held in Tiruvananthapuram on December 16, attended by political parties, religious leaders, and cultural leaders, is a symbol of our united determination to uphold constitutional values and basic human rights, and to oppose discrimination. We cannot postpone our protest and united resistance against this assault on secularism and democracy. Pinarayi Vijayan is the Chief Minister of Kerala. Bearing the brunt of slack laws, the Hindu. The tweaking of labor laws on safety and minimum wage has left a large section of workers in India without rights. The huge fire that engulfed a residential cum production unit in a congested part of Delhi in the early hours of December 8, killing over 40 people, has exposed the precarity of the everyday life of workers in this country. Their unfortunate deaths have merely caused the authorities responsible to indulge in a blame game, without shame, while conveniently sidestepping the larger question of systemic labor rights violation. It is evident that numerous industrial clusters have mushroomed in the bylanes of residential localities and slums in our big cities, not merely due to a handful of erring officials of civic agencies but also due to the wider structure of episodic or literally, non-existent regulation of labor conditions in micro, small and medium-sized industrial and commercial establishments. In these scores of smaller establishments, the workers are mostly migrants, and tend to work long hours for meager wages. Often, they are crowded into living quarters inside the production unit itself. Such pervasive informality stems from the limited coverage of labor laws, indicating that the hapless victims of the recent fire were victims of a much greater catastrophe, the lack of state regulation of several kinds of work relations and workplaces. Out-of-reach laws. Indeed, key labor laws in India consistently elude a large section of workers who are denied rights and benefits on the pretext of less regular work contracts, length of employment, nature of establishment, seasonal or perennial, size of the workforce, etc. It is only a minuscule section of organized workers who have actually been granted the same. Nevertheless, the present conjuncture is characterized by a new and more offensive attack on labor by capital. A dominant discourse on the ease of business aggressively projects India's labor laws as a fetter on the development of the free market. Utilizing the image of protection extended by the law to organized workers of mostly large industrial establishments, employers' lobbies have successfully projected India's labor laws as cumbersome, a hindrance to employment generation, and, thus, intrinsically, anti-labor. Any regulation or interventionist approaches to industrial relations have increasingly become a thing of the past. Employers' claims about the lack of labor market flexibility in India are of course unsustainable, given the high levels of employment of contract labor in all kinds of industrial and commercial establishments, steady growth of the informal sector, high labor turnover, the pattern of extended overtime put in by a majority of workers, the growing presence of apprentices and fixed-term workers in industrial enterprises, the pattern of de-skilling or high-skilled workers entering lower-skill segment jobs, as well as the presence of a weak trade union movement which is unable to prevent retrenchment. If we focus on the phenomenal growth of India's informal sector and informal work relations, it is worth noting the specific context in which this development has unfolded. The context is one of deregulation of a large number of work relations. This is most evident in the watering down of the provisions of labor inspection, the growing paradigm of self-certification by employers of their compliance with labor laws, and the tweaking of many statutory labor laws on occupational safety standards, work hours, minimum wage, compensation, industrial disputes, etc. by successive governments, both at the state and central level. Retreat of the state. Taken together, the exemptions provided to smaller industrial and commercial establishments from furnishing proof of their compliance with statutory labor laws, as well as labor law amendments aimed at diluting the authority of the labor inspectorate, have greatly enhanced the power of employers across the board. The private power of employers to unilaterally fix wages, extract overtime, manage leaves, determine compensation, etc. has substantially increased with the steady withdrawal of the state from regulation of labor-capital relations that exist in myriad workplaces, from an Anaj Mandi in bustling North Delhi, to a real estate construction site in Borivali, Mumbai, to a garment factory in Tirupur, Tamil Nadu, to a brick kiln in Gaya, Bihar. Like it or not, promotion of the self-certification system, the continuous weakening of the labor inspectorate by successive governments and persistent dilution of labor laws pose uncomfortable questions, especially when we recognize the intense exploitation of labor by employers, who to stay competitive consistently push down labor costs by circumventing labor rights. How can employers, who often tend to violate labor rights, themselves become law enforcers, certifiers in the new framework of deregulated industrial relations? The brutal reality is that workers contribute their sweat and blood in the making of this economy, and in return the economy gives them a pittance. How many more workers' lives have to go up in flames before our conscience is awakened? Maya John is Assistant Professor, Jesus and Mary College, New Delhi, and a social activist. Left to the whims of the executive, The Hindu. The Citizenship Act is a mere skeleton, whose flesh and blood was left to be dictated by executive action. The Citizenship Amendment Act 2019 tells us who, in the eyes of the Indian government, has a right to be considered for citizenship. So far, no illegal migrant could be considered for citizenship. Now, the government can grant citizenship to persons with certain religious identities, Hindus, Sikhs, Jains, Parsis, Christians, Buddhists, and from certain countries Pakistan, Bangladesh and Afghanistan, who entered India after fleeing religious persecution, and are thus presumably illegal migrants, on or before December 31, 2014. Much has been written about the classification of the Act's beneficiaries, reinforcing a pre-existing inequality in the Indian context, while also being under-inclusive. It singles out Muslims who face other kinds of persecution in these very countries. and ignores religious minorities of other countries such as Sri Lanka and Myanmar. This is the first of many questions that the government must answer in the Supreme Court. There are some other questions that also need answering. Eligibility for citizenship. The Act does not itself state that its beneficiaries must be fleeing religious persecution. Instead, it refers to persons from certain groups and from certain countries who were exempted under a prior notification and order issued under the Passport, Entry into India, Act, 1920, and Foreigners Act, 1946, respectively. The relevant notifications, the first issued in 2015 and the second in 2016 by the Ministry of Home Affairs, exempt Hindus, Sikhs, Buddhists, Jains, Parsis and Christians from Pakistan, Bangladesh and Afghanistan from provisions of the Passport, Entry into India, Act, 1920, and the Foreigners Act, 1946, if they were compelled to seek shelter in India due to religious persecution or fear of religious persecution. All such persons were then allowed to obtain 5-year long-term visas under a 2011 standard operating procedure, in comparison with other refugees who could seek asylum by applying for a shorter long-term visa, on treatment of refugees. Now, the 2019 Act will protect these very persons by offering a right to be considered for citizenship. Doing the work of legislature. The first question that arises is whether the targeted exclusion of certain classes of migrants from the rigors of immigration law, based in part on their religious identity, can be done through notifications and standard operating procedures. Does this mean that a future notification can altogether drop the religious persecution requirement and offer a blanket exemption to everyone except Muslims? As a democratic republic, India is committed to having elected legislators deliberate and collectively reason the necessity and soundness of legislative policy. The executive government, when acting as a delegate of the legislature, can only execute the latter's legislative policy. Instead, the notifications exempt a class of migrants based on their identity, a factor which is not at all germane to the legislative policy of regulating the entry of foreigners into India under the Foreigners Act and Passport Act. This should not have been done. Such power to execute includes the power to decide whether to apply the law to an area or to determine the time and manner of carrying it into effect, in the words of a 1960 Constitution bench of the Supreme Court in Hamdard Dawakana v. Union of India. In short, the executive may make conditions as to the time, place, or manner of a law's application, even if the ultimate effect of such conditional legislation is that a class of migrants, defined by their falling within the conditions, end up becoming exempt. What would not be permissible is if the executive applied the legislative policy to a class of migrants defined only by their identity. Such a class may only be defined by the legislature. Similarly, the classes of beneficiaries of the 2019 Act who will pursue registration and not naturalization is also left to the decision of the executive through rules yet to be notified. This crucial matter was expressly stipulated so far in the Citizenship Act itself, in sections 5 and 6, and thus clearly a matter of core legislative policy. Since the 2019 Act expressly states that the class of migrants earlier described shall no longer be considered illegal migrants, theoretically such migrants should be entitled to apply for both registration and for naturalization, if they fulfill the conditions in sections 5 and 6 of the Act, respectively. Yet, the discretion to decide which of these beneficiaries can pursue each route has also been left to the executive. Who detects illegal migrants? Second, the bedrock of this act is that persons from certain religious identities who are fleeing religious persecution in certain countries will not to be considered illegal migrants under the citizenship law. Yet, neither the Act nor the 2015 notifications tell us how, by whom, and under what guidelines people's claims to a religious identity, and to fleeing a certain religious persecution, will be determined. How then are we to know illegal migrants, apart from persons who can rightly claim citizenship under the Act? In the past, the law itself entrusted this task to an authority. In the Assam context, the Citizenship Act states that the foreigners' tribunals will detect foreigners who entered India in a certain period between 1966 and 1971. In the 2019 Act, no such authority is named. The tribunal is unlikely to be empowered to determine claims under the 2019 Act, so long as the 2015 and 2016 Notification and Order exclude the Foreigners Act under which the tribunal operates. Without legislative clarity on this, it appears that the task will fall to an executive body once again through executive fiat, if the standard operating procedure is anything to go by. As it turns out, the Citizenship Amendment Act is a mere skeleton, whose flesh and blood was left to be dictated by executive action. To decide the membership of a polity through mere executive action is a dangerous path to walk, and one that Indians must be alarmed by. Malavika Prasad is a lawyer and doctoral fellow at the Nalsar University of Law. The Cost of Food, The Indian Express. By Editorial, updated, December 18, 2019, 8 hours 40 minutes and 8 seconds am. The right question to ask, then, is whether this inflation, which has been sudden and sharp, is transient. Retail food inflation crossing 10%, the first time in nearly 6 years, isn't good news for an economy already mired in a deep slowdown. The suddenness of the increase, from under 3% in August to 10% plus in November, and the fact that the Narendra Modi government's tenure has been marked by low consumer food prices, an average rise of hardly 3.3% year-on-year during its first term from June 2014 to May 2019, makes it all the more unsettling. That core consumer inflation, which excludes price increases in the more volatile food and energy components, is still only 3.5%, cannot be any consolation. Food prices strongly shape the inflation expectations of Indian households and, in turn, their spending behavior. Given that the monetary policy's overarching concern is price stability, the Reserve Bank of India, RBI, for one, has to pay as much attention to inflation expectations as actual inflation. Food inflation, in other words, cannot be dismissed as non-core. The right question to ask, then, is whether this inflation, which has been sudden and sharp, is transient. In the case of onions and other vegetables, that could well be the case. This year's unusual combination of delayed onset of the southwest monsoon, resulting in reduced, late Kharif sowings, and prolonged unseasonal rains in October-November, damaging the standing crop at the harvesting stage, has caused significant supply disruptions. The impact of it has been felt most in vegetables, which have registered the highest inflation of almost 36% for November. But since the extended rainfall has also helped fill up reservoirs and substantially recharge groundwater aquifers, one can expect a production rebound in the current rabi crop due for harvesting from March end. However, there's reason to believe that the inflation apparent or likely in pulses, milk, Amul and Mother Dairy have just raised prices, and even sugar is not one-off. Most agri-commodities have gone through a protracted bear phase, with consumer food inflation during the period between September 2016 and August 2019 not only averaging a mere 1.4%, but consistently trailing overall retail inflation. At some point, prices have to play catch-up, and it's quite possible that's beginning to happen. If food prices are simply correcting from lows, neither the government nor the RBI should do much to stop that. Rather than resorting to export bans, subsidized imports or stockholding restrictions, these will only discourage investments in modern warehousing, cold storage, processing and farm extension support. The focus of policymakers should be on removing structural impediments to the production and free movement of agri-produce. The return of food inflation may not allow RBI to further slash interest rates now, but it certainly opens up room for much delayed reforms in agriculture. Unfree speech, The Indian Express. By Editorial, updated, December 18, 2019, 8 hours 40 minutes and 49 seconds am. Earlier this week, Rohatgi was remanded to 9 days in judicial custody under Sections 66 and 67 of the IT Act by a court in Bundi in Congress ruled Rajasthan. On September 21, former Big Boss contestant Payal Rohatgi, who has often courted controversy on social media through ill-informed and prejudiced posts, shared a video in which she made unseemly and unsubstantiated personal remarks about the Nehru-Gandhi family, going back to Motilal Nehru and Kamala Nehru. Earlier this week, Rohatgi was remanded to 9 days in judicial custody under Sections 66 and 67 of the IT Act by a court in Bundi, and Congress ruled Rajasthan. She has subsequently got bail. The case against her was filed by Charmesh Sharma, a youth Congress leader in the state. There is little that is defensible in the content of Rohatgi's video. And yet, for all those who claim to uphold liberal values, as the Congress so loudly does, her right to free speech must be respected. In Parliament, in election rallies and at public meetings, the senior leadership of the Congress, including Party President Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi and Rajasthan Deputy Chief Minister Sachin Pilot, have accused the Narendra Modi government of stifling dissent, and creating an atmosphere of fear. For this accusation to ring credible, however, the Congress can ill afford to be seen to conspicuously falter on that very yardstick in the states where it holds office. The fact is, the Congress does not have a creditable record on matters of free speech. But the Rohatgi episode only serves to draw unflattering attention to this reality, even as the Congress in the state, and in the country, takes on the BJP regime's evident intolerance of dissent and disagreement. There are many in the ruling party and union government who have sought to stifle dissent by using the law, including the IT Act and Section 124A of the IPC, sedition law, claiming offense either to religious or nationalist sentiments. In a liberal, plural society, speech acts, no matter how uncomfortable they make some people, should not be deemed criminal unless they can be proved to directly incite violence. While the Constitution does allow for reasonable restrictions to free speech, the state must not wield the tedium of the legal process as a punishment against those that offend it. The filing of a case under the IT Act against Rohatgi and her detention violate these principles. 9 days in custody for a video, however reprehensible, is 9 days too many. There was only one reasonable action against her tasteless diatribe. Ignore it. For all the latest opinion news, download Indian Express app. Tags. Citizenship law is seen as an antithesis of the ideas of regional, linguistic nationalism. The Indian Express. Written by Arupjyoti Hoikia, updated, December 18, 2019, 9 hours 21 minutes and 28 seconds am. A protest against cab, defying the curfew, in Guwahati on Friday. Express photo, Dasarath Dekka, file. Assam is witnessing an epic reenactment of the protests in Tamil Nadu in 1965 against the Government of India's proposal to impose Hindi as its official language. Tamil protesters refused to bow down to the pressure of the votaries of Hindi. Since independence, the argument has been made that Hindi deserves to be India's national language since its speakers are the most numerous. The movement lasted for more than 50 days, forced the Government of India to bring in the Official Languages Amendment Act of 1967. This act ensured that English would remain as an associate official language. But the anger against the imposition of Hindi went way beyond that. In 1967, Indira Gandhi's party was voted out of power in Tamil Nadu. A contentious piece of legislation about Indian citizenship is at the core of the ongoing political protests in Assam and in many parts of India. Simmering tensions against this legislation have been there since 2018. Meetings and conferences debating the pros and cons of this legislation took place across Assam. That wave of protests only marginally influenced the outcome of the general election of 2019. The election manifesto of the BJP had promised that if voted to power they would push for such a bill, but hardly anyone reads an election manifesto. Instead, during election time, public attention is captured by the words of the leaders. The present movement surfaced in this winter session of Parliament. Led by small numbers of Guwahati-based students in the first couple of days, the movement was confined to their campuses. Young students listened to many public speakers about how detrimental this legislation is to the idea of Assamese identity. As the Indian lawmakers assembled in Parliament to debate this legislation, the movement spilled over to the streets. Common people entered the fray. A strike was successfully observed. The students also gave a call for a protest march. Several Guwahati-based colleges became empty as their students joined those marching to Dispur. Street vendors, city dwellers and many others joined them. Youths from urban Assamese families were in the forefront. Speaking Assamese, English and Hindi and probably a few other languages including Bengali, playing Western music, this sea of humanity marched towards Dispur, their slogans acquiring a rhythm, "We do not want cab." They sang patriotic Assamese songs, including the Assamese national anthem. Soon, the protesters were confronted by the security forces. The argumentative protesters knew that their political masters had no answers, no responses to their apprehensions. They became more restless. The security forces unsuccessfully tried to chase away the rest of crowds. In the space that had been created for a wide spectrum of political protests, a section of violent protesters targeted the city's newfound symbols of wealth. The police machinery came down heavily, there was firing, curfew was imposed, the internet was banned. Spontaneous protests soon swept across major parts of Assam. Angry protesters incessantly hurled slogans against the legislation. The protesters made it clear that they felt deceived by the BJP-AGP political coalition. Peasants and traders, youngsters from all classes, workers of the tea gardens, middle classes, non-resident Assamese, swelled the numbers of the protesters. Unlike earlier instances, non-Assamese speakers also willingly merged with the movement. The Assamese artist fraternity and several religious and cultural bodies provided emotional strength to the movement. The Assamese Vaishnavite monasteries' rebuttal of this legislation seriously undermined the RSS narratives of a monolithic Assamese cultural history. This protest unpacks several layers of critical and interwoven fault lines that have remained buried within Assam's modern history. In the forefront is the contested history of India's regional nationalism. In the rise of a powerful union government, the Assamese regional middle classes, like others across India, see a threat to this much-cherished idea. This perception is further reinforced by the beleaguered idea of Assamese linguistic nationalism. The citizenship legislation is seen as an antithesis to this idea. This new wave of linguistic nationalism is also emboldened by the aspirations of a much globalized Assamese population. The recent attempts to assertively recast the linguistic nationalism as an extension of Indian nationalism produced in the Hindi heartland has also backfired. Assam had a fraught relationship with the government of India in the middle of the last century. True, the region had a deep engagement with other regions of India, intellectually, culturally and economically prior to the 19th century. The British era redefined and further intensified these connections. Much has been written about how the British imperial government had miserably transformed Assam and her neighborhood into a major colonial hinterland. That political and economic framework was not corrected during the first 3 decades of India's independence. The political unrest of 1979–85 moderately changed this, but it was short-lived. The benefits of India's post-1991 economic liberalization did not impact the region's economic structure. Regional inequalities further deepened, yet many continued to hope and waited for something dramatic to happen to improve their general economic lot. What then worked as a catalyst to shape the recent events? Assamese leaders across the social spectrum have suddenly woken up to the fact this legislation essentially erased the political promises made to them by the government of India in 1985. Is there a way out? A careful reading of the proceedings of the Constituent Assembly's Advisory Committee on Fundamental Rights, Minorities and Tribal and Excluded Areas chaired by none other than Sardar Patel can be of help now. Ideas enshrined in these deliberations ultimately gave moral strength to Assam's Gopinath Bordoloi-led subcommittee to imagine the 6th schedule of the Constitution of India. This was intended to protect the political and economic needs of a frontier province. Provisions encapsulated in Article 371 of the Constitution of India also partly emerged from this creative mechanism. The political experiences emanating from all these can possibly provide a ray of hope in these troubled times. Whether Assamese and Indian leaders can learn from this, only time will tell. This article first appeared in the print edition on December 18, 2019 under the title Touching a Nerve in Assam. Hoikia is a Guwahati-based historian and author of The Unquiet River, a biography of the Brahmaputra. Views are personal. For all the latest opinion news, download Indian Express app. Tags: CAA protests. 0 comments asterisk. Asterisk the moderation of comments is automated and not cleared manually by IndianExpress.com. ICJ hearing fails to break impasse on violence against the Rohingya, the Indian Express. Written by Love Puri, updated, December 18, 2019, 9 hours 22 minutes and 25 seconds am. Myanmar's leader Aung San Suu Kyi. AP, file. From December 10 to 12, Nobel laureate and Myanmar's state councillor and de facto foreign minister, Aung San Suu Kyi, appeared before the International Court of Justice, ICJ, to defend her country against charges of committing genocide. The case at ICJ revolves around proving genocidal intent and commission of actual genocide by Myanmar in October 2016 and August 2017, when more than 40,000 members of the Rohingya community left Myanmar's Rakhine state for Cox's Bazar in Bangladesh. Apart from alleged cases of sexual violence against women, surveys conducted by Médecins Sans Frontières in Bangladeshi refugee camps estimated that at least 9,000 Rohingya died in Rakhine State between August 25 and September 24, 2017. The 3-day ICJ hearing offered few surprises. Similar arguments had been made at multiple forums in the past. On such occasions, Myanmar has denied the charge of genocidal intent in Bangladesh, a country where Rohingya fled to in 2016 and 2017, has charged Myanmar of continuing with the decades-long state practice of deprivation, disenfranchisement and atrocities. At the ICJ, as expected, Suu Kyi disputed the allegations of genocide and called it an incomplete and misleading factual picture of the situation in Rakhine State in Myanmar. Repeating the military's position, Suu Kyi stated it was the Arakan Rohingya Salvation Army, ARSA, an extremist group of some members of Rohingya community, that first carried out attacks on military posts. Aware of the domestic sensitivities, she didn't use the term Rohingyas, but addressed them as Muslims. In Myanmar, the usage of the term is an indicator on which side of the debate one stands. The Rohingya are officially called Bengalis by the authorities, whereas Rohingya have repeatedly asserted their right to self-identify. In her defense at the ICJ, Suu Kyi admitted that, it cannot be ruled out that disproportionate force was used by members of the defense services in some cases in disregard of international humanitarian law, or that they did not distinguish clearly enough between ARSA fighters and civilians. She also expressed unhappiness over the military's pardon of 4 officers and 3 soldiers who were sentenced to 10 years in prison with hard labor for executing 10 Rohingyas in Indin village. Parallel to the ICJ case, the International Investigative Mechanism, IIM, established on September 27, 2018 by the Geneva-based UN Human Rights Council, is gathering prosecutorial evidence, making use of the information handed over to it by the fact-finding mission established in March 2017. At the UN, Myanmar has mentioned there were at least 7 mechanisms at the UN, with a focus on Myanmar, with a total spending of more than $35 million from the precarious regular budget resources of the UN. It has stated that it will not engage with the IIM because the country does not accept double standards and selective and discriminatory application of human rights. At the ICJ, only provisional measures to protect the Rohingya can be imposed before the case can potentially be heard in full. The Security Council has struggled to come out with a united response for several weeks. Ultimately, there was a consensus on a non-binding presidential statement that was issued on November 6, 2017, where it called on Myanmar to end excessive military force, intercommunal violence in Rakhine State. By then, only around 500,000 Rohingyas were left in Rakhine, the rest had crossed over to Bangladesh. Therefore, the provisional measures being demanded carry less weight. The approximate number of Rohingya living in Bangladesh, Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, India, the UAE and Malaysia are as follows: 9, 47,000, 5, 00, 000, 3, 50,000, 40,000, 50,000 and 1, 50,000. Those living outside Myanmar are scared to return, and several efforts involving Myanmar and Bangladesh for repatriation of refugees have failed. Citizenship law is seen as an antithesis of the ideas of regional, linguistic nationalism, the Indian Express. Written by Arupjyoti Hoikia, updated, December 18, 2019 9 hours 21 minutes and 28 seconds am. A protest against cab, defying the curfew, in Guwahati on Friday. Express photo, Dasarath Dekka, file. Assam is witnessing an epic reenactment of the protests in Tamil Nadu in 1965 against the Government of India's proposal to impose Hindi as its official language. Tamil protesters refused to bow down to the pressure of the votaries of Hindi. Since independence, the argument has been made that Hindi deserves to be India's national language since its speakers are the most numerous. The movement lasted for more than 50 days, forced the Government of India to bring in the Official Languages Amendment Act of 1967. This act ensured that English would remain as an associate official language. But the anger against the imposition of Hindi went way beyond that. In 1967, Indira Gandhi's party was voted out of power in Tamil Nadu. A contentious piece of legislation about Indian citizenship is at the core of the ongoing political protests in Assam and in many parts of India. Simmering tensions against this legislation have been there since 2018. Meetings and conferences debating the pros and cons of this legislation took place across Assam. That wave of protests only marginally influenced the outcome of the general election of 2019. The election manifesto of the BJP had promised that if voted to power they would push for such a bill, but hardly anyone reads an election manifesto. Instead, during election time, public attention is captured by the words of the leaders. The present movement surfaced in this winter session of Parliament. Led by small numbers of Guwahati-based students in the first couple of days, the movement was confined to their campuses. Young students listened to many public speakers about how detrimental this legislation is to the idea of Assamese identity. As the Indian lawmakers assembled in Parliament to debate this legislation, the movement spilled over to the streets. Common people entered the fray. A strike was successfully observed. The students also gave a call for a protest march. Several Guwahati-based colleges became empty as their students joined those marching to Dispur. Street vendors, city dwellers and many others joined them. Youths from urban Assamese families were in the forefront. Speaking Assamese, English and Hindi and probably a few other languages including Bengali, playing Western music, this sea of humanity marched towards Dispur, their slogans acquiring a rhythm, "We do not want cab." They sang patriotic Assamese songs, including the Assamese national anthem. Soon, the protesters were confronted by the security forces. The argumentative protesters knew that their political masters had no answers, no responses to their apprehensions. They became more restless. The security forces unsuccessfully tried to chase away the rest of crowds. In the space that had been created for a wide spectrum of political protests, a section of violent protesters targeted the city's newfound symbols of wealth. The police machinery came down heavily, there was firing, curfew was imposed, the internet was banned. Spontaneous protests soon swept across major parts of Assam. Angry protesters incessantly hurled slogans against the legislation. The protesters made it clear that they felt deceived by the BJP-AGP political coalition. Peasants and traders, youngsters from all classes, workers of the tea gardens, middle classes, non-resident Assamese, swelled the numbers of the protesters. Unlike earlier instances, non-Assamese speakers also willingly merged with the movement. The Assamese artist fraternity and several religious and cultural bodies provided emotional strength to the movement. The Assamese Vaishnavite monasteries' rebuttal of this legislation seriously undermined the RSS narratives of a monolithic Assamese cultural history. This protest unpacks several layers of critical and interwoven fault lines that have remained buried within Assam's modern history. In the forefront is the contested history of India's regional nationalism. In the rise of a powerful union government, the Assamese regional middle classes, like others across India, see a threat to this much-cherished idea. This perception is further reinforced by the beleaguered idea of Assamese linguistic nationalism. The citizenship legislation is seen as an antithesis to this idea. This new wave of linguistic nationalism is also emboldened by the aspirations of a much globalized Assamese population. The recent attempts to assertively recast the linguistic nationalism as an extension of Indian nationalism produced in the Hindi heartland has also backfired. Assam had a fraught relationship with the government of India in the middle of the last century. True, the region had a deep engagement with other regions of India, intellectually, culturally and economically prior to the 19th century. The British era redefined and further intensified these connections. Much has been written about how the British imperial government had miserably transformed Assam and her neighborhood into a major colonial hinterland. That political and economic framework was not corrected during the first 3 decades of India's independence. The political unrest of 1979–85 moderately changed this, but it was short-lived. The benefits of India's post-1991 economic liberalization did not impact the region's economic structure. Regional inequalities further deepened, yet many continued to hope and waited for something dramatic to happen to improve their general economic lot. What then worked as a catalyst to shape the recent events? Assamese leaders across the social spectrum have suddenly woken up to the fact this legislation essentially erased the political promises made to them by the government of India in 1985. Is there a way out? A careful reading of the proceedings of the Constituent Assembly's Advisory Committee on Fundamental Rights, Minorities and Tribal and Excluded Areas chaired by none other than Sardar Patel can be of help now. Ideas enshrined in these deliberations ultimately gave moral strength to Assam's Gopinath Bordoloi-led subcommittee to imagine the 6th schedule of the Constitution of India. This was intended to protect the political and economic needs of a frontier province. Provisions encapsulated in Article 371 of the Constitution of India also partly emerged from this creative mechanism. The political experiences emanating from all these can possibly provide a ray of hope in these troubled times. Whether Assamese and Indian leaders can learn from this, only time will tell. Quick, not hasty, on Kuldeep Singh Sengar conviction, The Hindu. The trial court verdict finding former BJP legislator Kuldeep Singh Sengar guilty of raping a minor girl from Unnao in Uttar Pradesh underscores the merits of a justice system that managed to overcome initial apathy and take the investigation to its logical end. The Supreme Court transferred the Unnao cases involving Sengar and his associates from Lucknow to Delhi on August 1 and set a 45-day deadline for completing the trial. That the judgment is out before the end of the year, with the Sessions Court recording a conviction for rape under the IPC and penetrative sexual assault on a minor under the Protection of Children from Sexual Offences Act, shows a welcome sense of urgency. The sentencing, a few days on, holds out hope that the guilty politician may have to serve a minimum of 10 years or life imprisonment. Judge Dharmesh Sharma's judgment has struck a blow for a system about which there is much cynicism over justice denying delays. The history of this case also reveals the difficult path to justice that survivors of sexual offenses have to tread. It highlights a principal systemic problem, how the unequal power relations between perpetrator and victim will almost succeed in silencing the survivor, but for the intervention of superior courts. Threatened into silence for 2 months, the survivor and her family ultimately reported the crime, only to face fierce retribution. She drew attention to her plight by threatening to set herself ablaze outside UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath's residence in April 2018. Her father, arrested in a case under the Arms Act, died mysteriously in judicial custody. The girl also revealed that a week after the MLA's crime, his associates once again abducted and raped her. It was only after the Supreme Court transferred the investigation to the CBI, and later the trial to Delhi, that justice was seen to be done. The court also pulled up the CBI for delaying the charge sheet in the second case and not adhering to victim-friendly norms during the probe. A key lesson is that justice is not necessarily about giving the death penalty for rape through rapid-fire trials. It should mean that perpetrators should fear the certainty of punishment, and live with the taint of guilt for long years in prison. This is a point that knee-jerk law-making, of the sort that Andhra Pradesh has done, and the public clamor for executing all rape suspects, of the sort seen after the rape and murder of a veterinarian near Hyderabad, seem to miss. The essential framework of justice in rape cases should consist in a quick, but not hasty, probe by investigators and prosecutors sensitized to the travails of survivors, especially children, and a conducive atmosphere for them to depose during trial. The resulting lengthy jail terms will constitute both just deserts for grave crimes and an opportunity for remorse. A duty to publish, on RTI, The Hindu. The Right to Information Act's role in fostering a more informed citizenry and an accountable government has never been in doubt ever since its implementation in 2005. But there have been persistent and growing misgivings. Section 4 of the Act calls for proactive and voluntary dissemination of information, but only a few central and state institutions have published relevant information. Here, Rajasthan has taken a lead through its Jan Suchna portal. The other problem has been persisting vacancies in the state and central information commissions, which was raised in a plea in the Supreme Court on Monday. A three-judge bench led by the CJI allowed the request and asked the center and states to expedite filling up the vacancies. The CJI also curiously observed that officials were sensing fear leading to paralysis of action due to the working of the RTI, going on to elaborate that the kind of queries that were sometimes being asked were not always in public spirit and were posed by people who had no locus standi in the matter regarding the queries. This argument by the CJI is difficult to accept as the RTI Act explicitly rejects the need for locus standi in Section 6(2). An applicant making request for information shall not be required to give any reason for requesting the information. This clause is present for vital reasons. Seeking locus standi in order to respond to public requests could result in a chilling effect, as public authorities could choose to deny information to general citizens on subjective grounds. Besides, information commissioners and public officials have the authority to reject requests based on criteria that enable exemption from information disclosure. Data on RTI requests since 2005 show that the yearly rejection rate, requests rejected as a percentage of those received, has come down steadily to 4.7% in 2018-19. A change in the Act that seeks locus standi as a criterion could dramatically increase this number. Rather than focusing on locus standi, public authorities would be advised to provide for greater voluntary dissemination on government portals, which should ease their load. A transparency audit report submitted to the Central Information Commission (CIC) in November 2018 sought feedback from 2,092 PA under the CIC to evaluate implementation of Section 4 of the Act. Only 838, 40%, responded, and even here, 35% of the PA fared poorly, with little transparency in parameters such as organization and functions, budget and program, e-governance, and other information disclosures. The other key misgiving with RTI implementation has been the persisting problem of vacancies in the CIC and state commissions. The CIC has 4 vacancies and 33,000 pending cases. After the top court's directions, this lacuna should be addressed by governments quickly. The last bastions of secular India, the Hindu. The Jamia Millia, AMU assaults show a dangerous convergence of the Modi regime's anti-Muslim, anti-university agenda. The battle against the Hindu Rashtra has to be fought simultaneously on all fronts, in electoral contests, in legislatures, in the courts, in the media, in social movements, but most of all, in universities. This is because our universities are now the last remaining line of resistance to the complete fascist takeover of our democratic polity and its myriad institutions. There is simply no option but the one being exercised by students on campuses across the country today. If these young people falter, all will be lost. As parents, as teachers, as voters, as citizens, we have to support them with all our might. Unraveling the Republic. No official declaration was made, but ever since the Modi 2.0 regime came to power in May 2019, the constitution has been put on notice and India has been de facto in a state of emergency. Normal life was openly suspended at first in Kashmir, starting with the announcement of the dilution of Article 370 and abrogation of Article 35A on August 5. This suspension is now encroaching on several states of the Northeast, with complete communications blackouts, curfew, and massive paramilitary deployment becoming alarmingly commonplace measures. Jammu, Kashmir and Ladakh suddenly lost their combined statehood. The entire political and civil society leadership of the Valley of Kashmir was placed under preventative detention, where it continues to be 4.5 months later, and 50,000 more troops were sent in to occupy the region that already has close to 750,000 stationed there. At 136 days, Kashmir has had one of the longest internet shutdowns in any democracy, ever. There is no word from central authorities to indicate when this altogether extraordinary situation will cease. Next, the Supreme Court verdict on the Ayodhya case gave the go-ahead for the construction of a Ram Mandir at the very site of the destroyed mosque. From the siege and lockdown of a disputed Muslim-majority area like Kashmir, from one protracted legal conflict over a single house of worship in the Ram Janmabhoomi case, the entire Muslim population of India, numbering close to 200 million, has now been presented with an existential threat in the form of the Citizenship Amendment Act 2019 and the National Register of Citizens. This process of systematic exclusion that points towards the ultimate elimination of hundreds of thousands of Muslims from the count of citizens, from property ownership, from the electoral rolls, and from any kind of legal recognition as Indians, began in Assam but is now on the verge of being imposed nationwide. Campus and nation. Meanwhile, the state's assault on universities has been ongoing since Mr. Modi's first term in office. A few different agendas of Hindutva ideology were unleashed on campuses like the Jawaharlal Nehru University, Delhi University, the Film and Television Institute of India in Pune, the Tata Institute of Social Sciences in Mumbai, Hyderabad Central University, and Jadavpur University in West Bengal, among others. This multi-point program includes 1. Dismantling public institutions of higher education and privatizing this sector, 2. Disenfranchising the humanities and social sciences because they encourage critical thinking, and especially targeting the discipline of history, 3. Gutting the bastions of left, liberal and secular intellectuals, 4. Retracting the opportunity for education from weaker sections of society, including Dalits, women, minorities, backward castes, scheduled tribes, and the poor. 5. Undoing the gains of egalitarian struggles like the feminist, Ambedkarite and left-wing movements, and lastly, shutting down spaces for free speech, dissent and resistance, so threatening to all authoritarian governments. From the weekend of December 14 to 15, universities like Jamia Millia Islamia in Delhi and the Aligarh Muslim University have practically been turned into war zones, with the central government in the capital and the Bharatiya Janata Party government in Uttar Pradesh sending in police that has been kicking and beating, freely wielding sticks and batons, releasing tear gas, entering libraries, hostels and toilets, and roughing up students. The sheer brutality towards male and female students alike has been shocking, with dozens of youngsters injured and hospitalized, and hundreds forced to leave their campuses overnight. The supposed pretext for this assault on unarmed students is that they protested, albeit peacefully, against the contentious and draconian Citizenship Amendment Bill 2019, pushed through Parliament just earlier in the week. Here we find a convergence of the Modi-Shah regime's anti-Muslim and anti-university designs. Jamia and AMU being minority institutions, albeit with plenty of non-Muslim students, faculty and staff in both universities, they present in one place an opportunity to terrorize Muslims and intimidate students. They also insult and repudiate a tradition of secular, nationalist and integrationist Muslim politics that carried the day at the time of decolonization and throughout the Nehruvian period in the post-colonial republic. Hindutva's endgame. Those who populate these campuses are the exact target group for the bigots who rule India now. Their patriotism is suspect. Their rights are fair game. Their citizenship is precarious. Their very appearance, to paraphrase the Prime Minister, singles them out for what one wonders. Their physical existence and their presence as a group is an affront to the Hindu Rashtra. They trigger what Arjuna Pudurai, in his analysis of majoritarian nationalism, calls the fear of small numbers. They provide the perfect occasion for those practicing majoritarian politics to turn predatory, seeking to swallow up the minority, to narrow and eventually close the gap between the largest identity group and the totality of the ethnos. What the creators of Hindutva wanted from the very beginning was the separation of a Hindu nation from a Muslim nation. The long road to India's independence and the making of its constitution did not permit such a divided and divisive outcome. Now that the Hindu right has captured absolute power, democratically, they seek to effect a second communal partition of India, to unravel our secular constitution, to render illegal and stateless millions of our fellow citizens, and to subdue our young people, the real majority, into voiceless, docile, obedient subjects. As batons and bullets rain down on India's students, Muslims and Hindus alike, all those who care for democracy must stand with them and stand up to the fascist behemoth. The alternative is too terrifying to contemplate. Ananya Vajpayee, a fellow at the Center for the Study of Developing Societies, New Delhi, is currently a visiting fellow at CRASSH, Cambridge University. States Stand Up, The Indian Express. By Editorial, published December 19, 2019, 4 hours 30 minutes and 29 seconds am. Citizenship is a central subject and, legally speaking, the states may have limited room for maneuver when it comes to determining who is a citizen and who is not, or in implementing a law on the matter framed by the center. Citizenship is a central subject and, legally speaking, the states may have limited room for maneuver when it comes to determining who is a citizen and who is not, or in implementing a law on the matter framed by the center. And yet, when duly elected chief ministers stand up and oppose a central law, when they pledge resistance to it in their states, they make a political and symbolic point that the center in a federal democracy would be unwise to ignore or attempt to ride roughshod over. This is what is happening on the new citizenship law that the Narendra Modi government has pushed through both houses of parliament on the strength of its numbers in the National Register of Citizens that it says it will extend nationwide. Odisha Chief Minister Naveen Patnaik is the latest to join a lineup of non-BJP CMs who have come out in opposition either to the NRC or CAB or both. Patnaik's party, the BJD, voted for the CAB in Parliament but now says no to the NRC, making a distinction between a law that gives citizenship to foreigners on a religious basis and a register that threatens to unsettle India's own minorities and the poor. That distinction may not be a tidy one, the law and the register may be, as Mamata Banerjee puts it, two sides of the same lollipop being waved by the BJP to effect and entrench Hindu consolidation. But in Bihar, Nitish Kumar has made the same separation to become the first BJP ally to distance himself from the NDA government in the name of the NRC. And so far, the Modi government is turning a deaf ear to the voices of the chief ministers. Be it CM Banerjee in Bengal, Arvind Kejriwal in Delhi, Amarinder Singh in Punjab, Pinarayi Vijayan in Kerala, Bhupesh Baghel in Chhattisgarh, or Nitish Kumar and Naveen Patnaik in Bihar and Odisha respectively, the objections to the NRC CAB seem twofold. 1. These chief ministers are pointing to the lack of consultation, the go-by to norms of negotiation and consensus building, by a center drunk on an electoral majority, on vital issues that affect the country. The principle of cooperative federalism, the Modi government swore by, is being conspicuously flouted over and over again. And 2, despite all its slogans of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vishwas, the NRC and the CAB, and the two together, are furthering an unabashedly majoritarian project that rubs in a message of second-class citizenship to India's largest minority. While, singly, the CAB may have the fig leaf of addressing persecuted minorities in other countries, together with the NRC process that demands documents and certificates of belonging, or else, it underlines the same signal to Muslims that ill behoves a plural democracy. The pushback by the chief ministers is important, and the center must respond to it. Reading the sentence, The Indian Express. By Editorial, published December 19, 2019, 4 hours 15 minutes and 29 seconds am. The death sentence to Pervez Musharraf, Pakistan's military ruler from 1999 to 2008, marks a significant moment in that country's history. The death sentence to Pervez Musharraf, Pakistan's military ruler from 1999 to 2008, marks a significant moment in that country's history. The verdict was pronounced by a special court set up to try him on the charge of treason for suspending the constitution and declaring an emergency in 2007 when as many as 60 members of the higher judiciary were detained. The coup within a coup, it was by then 9 years since Musharraf had ousted Nawaz Sharif, came at a time when the Supreme Court was deliberating the validity of Musharraf's bid for a second term as president. The court had already declared his 2007 emergency unconstitutional and illegal in a verdict in 2009. The decision to put him on trial under Article 6 of the Constitution, which specifies the abrogation of the Constitution as a treasonable offense, and makes it punishable by death, was taken by the government of Nawaz Sharif in 2013. The death sentence is unlikely to be carried out. For one, Musharraf lives in self-exile in the UAE. For another, the security establishment will ensure this does not happen. The army has already rejected the conviction of a former army chief and declared he could never be a traitor. Being on the same page as the army, the Imran Khan government is not about to rush to implement the sentence. The demands from the opposition, too, are likely to be muted. Even so, the verdict is significant, following as it does the Supreme Court quashing of the 3-year extension to General Qamar Javed Bajwa. But the real question is, will it change existing equations? The Pakistan Army is capable of ditching individuals to safeguard its institutional interests. Since 2008, when Musharraf was forced out of office, the army has preferred to maintain ties with him only to ensure that its own power is not eroded by civilian governments. Otherwise, it has made every effort to turn the page on the notoriety the Musharraf era earned it. It now projects itself as an apolitical force, even as it continues to wield political power without accountability. As far as India is concerned, the improved bilateral atmosphere in Musharraf's time had more to do with the post-9/11 environment than any sincerity on the part of the architect of Kargil to make peace. The ceasefire on the Lak is the lasting legacy from the time, but all that has happened in India-Pak relations since November 2008, including the ceasefire violations, has proved that peace requires statesmanship of a higher order than the leadership on either side has shown at any time. Nata Samrat, The Indian Express. By Editorial, published December 19, 2019, 4 hours 0 minutes and 57 seconds am. Iconic performances in plays like Nata Samrat, where he played a retired stage actor, had turned Sri Ram Lagoo into a legend in his lifetime. Sri Ram Lagoo, who passed away in Pune aged 92, was primarily an artist of the Marathi stage. But his reputation, partly gained from the character roles and cameos he essayed in Hindi cinema, extended beyond the world of theatre. Iconic performances in plays like Nata Samrat, where he played a retired stage actor, had turned him into a legend in his lifetime. For a host of peers, younger actors and directors, Lagoo had become a textbook in acting and stagecraft. A late entrant to professional theatre, Lagoo studied medicine in Pune, specialized as an ent surgeon in the UK and practiced as a doctor in Africa, before turning a full-time actor at the age of 42. In the 1970s, he established himself as a powerful presence on stage, working with directors such as Jabbar Patel, who also cast him in films such as Sinhasan. Theatre remained his first love, which he also used as a platform for dissent and dialogue. Both Lagoo and Marathi theatre benefited from their mutual attraction. Marathi theatre in the 1970s was an exciting space with a great talent pool of writers, directors and actors, and many of the productions closely scrutinized the society and politics of those times. Lagoo, who identified with progressive causes, easily fitted in this cultural milieu. Lagoo's public life extended beyond the world of theatre and cinema. He engaged with social movements such as the anti-superstition movement of Narendra Dabholkar, who was murdered for his beliefs. Art was an extension of Lagoo's political commitment and vice versa. The love and affection he received from his audience owes a lot to the lack of apparent contradictions between his life and work. The True Citizens of India, The Indian Express. Written by Alankrita Shrivastava, published December 19, 2019, 5 hours 49 minutes and 35 seconds am. In today's India, dissent is unacceptable. To protest means risking the wrath of authorities, risking bodily harm, and even risking your life. Representational image. Growing up, I was in an environment where it was normal to engage with what is happening around us, politically and socially. I come from a family of freedom fighters, administrators, and public servants. I attended an all-girls boarding school, where we were taught to recognize gender discrimination and protest against it. While at Lady Shri Ram College, we often walked the streets holding candles and placards. Peaceful protest was considered part of everyday life. When I joined the Mass Communication Research Center, MCRC, at Jamia Millia Islamia, it was diverse in its range of students. In our batch of 20-odd students, there were people from the Northeast, Delhi, Bhopal, Chennai and Kolkata, people who spoke English, Hindi or Urdu, and people whose first languages were neither. There were students of different faiths, Muslims, Christians, Hindus, Parsis, Sikhs. It was a cacophony of people. We sang songs together, we did street plays together, we worked together on film projects, we went for film festivals together, we partied together, we ate biryani together, we fought, we had love affairs. We went to the Nizamuddin Dargah often to listen to qawwalis. We roamed every corner of Delhi taking photographs and developing them in our college darkrooms. And every Ramzan was super special because an iftar was hosted every evening by somebody or the other. We discussed our ideological differences. We laughed often, we cried sometimes. It was a time like no other. Jamia was a breath of fresh air. This was the most liberal corner in Delhi where we interacted with pioneering practitioners of theater, puppetry, and art. And we were encouraged to think for ourselves. Protest was encouraged. In the first year of college, we went on strike, protesting against some faculty decisions, supporting our seniors in their fight. We sang songs of rebellion and refused to attend class. And it was considered normal. India has a history of nonviolent protest pioneered by Mahatma Gandhi. That's how we understood protest. As rightful, and nonviolent. But in today's India, dissent is unacceptable. To protest means risking the wrath of authorities, risking bodily harm, and even risking your life. The idea of India as we knew it is changing so fast. Suddenly, there are people who are spewing venom towards minority communities, letting out their innate bigotry. Many of us are angry and bewildered at the monolithic Hindu-Hindi identity suddenly being thrust upon us. My maternal grandparents migrated from Pakistan. I learned to read and write Urdu when I was young, it's quite rusty now. I grew up listening to Punjabi, Maithili, English and Hindi. I grew up celebrating Eid and Christmas as well as going to Gurudwaras. This is apart from visiting temples, of course. And I, personally, follow a school of Buddhist teachings. When I see the identity of India being eroded by a manipulative, polarizing realpolitik, I want to do something. But I am not really able to. For those of us on the other side of 35, our idealism long dead, protesting feels too difficult. We are too busy with our jobs and living our lives. At the most we engage in drawing room politics. Plus, we are plagued by fear. Is a protest worth it? What if we incur the wrath of the establishment? No point, we think to ourselves. So we sit quietly on the fence, putting our own comfort first. We lack courage. But students have hope and passion and integrity. They are not jaded by life, their idealism burns bright. And so we have the brave hearts of Jamia and 1,000 other students speaking a truth we find too inconvenient to speak. The students are brave enough to speak out, knowing they are risking their lives by doing so. That's why the authorities are so scared of the voices of students. We forget that the emergency imposed by Indira Gandhi ended because of the massive student protests across the country. They fought to protect the values enshrined in the Constitution of India. And many of our current political leaders emerged through the student movements at that time. It is clear that we are a nation being ruled by an authoritarian government. In a truly free and democratic country, can the police force actually storm into a public university and attack the students who are just going about their lives? The darkness, tear gas, the assaults, the broken bones, the lost eye. Who breaks into a girls' hostel? Who breaks into a library? Attacking the student community is to attack the future of the country, it is to attack the conscience of the country. If there is any hope that the polarization of India on grounds of religion will come to an end, that there will be a step forward in reducing caste-based discrimination, that hope lies only with the students of India. They are the conscience keepers of our society. In that sense, students who have the courage to protest against discriminatory laws and the authoritarian tactics of the government are the real patriots. They are the true citizens. They will always be the ones who give voice to the voiceless, who embrace diversity and thus protect the values enshrined in the Constitution. They are the hope for the future. Perhaps, the only hope. Shrivastava is a screenwriter and director who made the award-winning film, Lipstick Under My Burqa. She completed her post-graduation from Jamia Millia Islamia in 2003. For all the latest opinion news, download Indian Express app. Tags: India. Protests. 0 comments *. Discrimination, not justice. Hope this generation does a better job of navigating the struggle than the one that came before. The Indian Express. Written by Pratap Bhanu Mehta, updated, December 19, 2019, 9 hours 52 minutes and 34 seconds am. Protests against the Citizenship Act in Bengaluru. Express photo, Ralph Alex Oracle. India is in the midst of, arguably, the largest student protest since the emergency. The ground of protest is clear: India cannot be a republic founded on discrimination and a pervasive sense of fear. It cannot exclude or target anyone simply on the basis of their identity. It is hard to predict the shape of any movement. We left the current generation of students a tattered constitutional legacy, weak institutions, an uncertain economic future, a poisonous public discourse and a corrosive politics. We left them insecure, and weak leaders are those whose divisive passions are their only policy. So this movement will have to find its own vocabulary, leadership and strategy for moral and institutional regeneration. But here are some possible challenges to ponder, based on past experience, especially of the emergency. In some ways, the fight during the emergency was simple. It was a fight for the restoration of democracy against authoritarianism, joined by all kinds of forces. At this fraught moment there are 2 battles. There is a battle against state authoritarianism, its attempts to exercise pervasive control. But there is also the battle against communalism, the attempt to divide society and unleash passions that relegate minorities to second-class citizens. They are 2 sides of the same coin. The government is fomenting both processes. But in society, the 2 can work at cross purposes. The BJP has a slew of proposed bills, from anti-conversion laws to a common civil code to population control. Each one of them will, like the CAA, wear the garb of secularism. Each one will, in its content, likely smuggle in majoritarianism by disguise. These will pose both tactical and moral challenges. The tactical challenge will be that they will once again consolidate majoritarian identities, produce that fog of silence in which the CAA will be excused. The moral challenge will be to find a vocabulary and positions that nudge secularism towards freedom and equality for all individuals rather than one that pits minority and majority identities in competition with each other, as our politics often did. The communal axis will be used to divide society so that it cannot unite against the authoritarian state. So, the fight over CAA cannot be won without ensuring these issues do not divide us. The state has advantages in this fight. It has the power of repression. No violence can make a dent in it. Even in the moments of revolution, states usually first implode from the top. But the state is often in a heads we win, tails you lose position. It first discriminates and exercises arbitrary power. If it works, it gets away with it. But when there is protest, it uses that as a pretext to repress even more. It will use the fear of disorder to consolidate support behind it. In the case of minorities, it applies this catch-22 logic even more. It targets them based on their identity. When they protest, it uses that to furnish proof of their perfidy. We are in an insolent tyranny, whose hallmark is that it will take the calls for ordinary justice, decency and liberty as signs of anti-national insurrection. Its cause is served by portraying everything as disorder. This is a difficult challenge. Once tyranny provokes, it can provoke both reactions together, the potentially morally regenerative resistance of the students, but also of forces that will use this moment for their fantasies of disorder. The roots of lurking violence in our society are complex. A toxic combination of disenfranchisement, lack of hope and sheer prejudice is building up in various parts of India. A successful movement will have to ensure that the exemplary power of what the students stand for is not overshadowed by the risky collateral that always accompanies large-scale movements. This is a battle at the level of the conduct of the movement. Its exemplariness will be its greatest power. But it is also at the level of the information terrain on which modern social movements are fought. During the 70s, in the backdrop of economic stagnation, there was still a ready-made architecture of other social movements that could join in. The labor movement, for example, was very much in the backdrop of resistance to the state. Such social movements are harder to create. So, students will have to find different means to ensure that they are not isolated. This time, it is also dealing with a genuine authoritarian and communal counter-movement in the form of the RSS that can mobilize cadres and information. The communal and institutional fissures that we are dealing with run within our families, often even within us. The streets would not have become necessary if the normal institutional channels of upholding principles had not failed so miserably. Our institutions failed not just because of political forces, but because, few exceptions apart, so many of teachers, university leaders, Supreme Court judges, policemen, bureaucrats, journalists, corporate leaders, etc., often let us down on basic institutional principles. These are the small capillaries that hold any order together. But the people in these institutions, especially amongst the middle classes, are our most intimate acquaintances, whose social esteem is tied to the position they hold, not to the principles they espouse. Even as civic movements are built, it is important to remember that the reproduction of prejudice, or the norm that is comfortable with lack of institutional morality, is nurtured in these more intimate spaces, and will have to be dealt with there. While we focus on the government, it is also important to focus on the opposition, for one practical reason. They control a significant number of states. Immediately, the movement will need more and more state governments to resolutely stand by a pledge not to implement the NRC, with which the CAA is allied, overtly or covertly. Their resolve will have to be strengthened. Violence will not help any cause. But when the state discriminates and calls it justice, when it stokes fear and calls it citizenship, and when it exercises control and calls it freedom, when it confuses prejudice with policy, it sets the seeds for disorder. There are risks inherent in any social movement. But the risk of giving the state a free pass are higher. Given the complex conflicts that have been unleashed, no one can be complacent about India's prospects. Let us hope this generation does a better job of navigating this struggle better than ours did, with more imagination, morality and grit. It will have to fight communalism and authoritarianism, even as it isolates the real sources of disorder both outside, but especially inside the state. The writer is contributing editor, The Indian Express. For all the latest opinion news, download Indian Express app. More from Pratap Banu Mehta. The morning after cab, it will be a mistake to rely just on Supreme Court. The political challenge is to make sure that one party's diabolical version of what is reasonable is not mistaken to be common sense. It will. Explained, what Supreme Court said on RTI use, abuse, explained news, The Indian Express. Written by Shyamlal Yadav, New Delhi, updated, December 19, 2019 7 hours 42 minutes and 5 seconds am. From left, former Information Commissioners Yashovardhan Azad, Deepak Sandhu, former CIC, Ansari and Shailesh Gandhi with others. Renuka Puri, file photo. On Monday, Chief Justice of India Sharad Arvind Bobde called for a filter to check abuse of the Right to Information (RTI) Act. There is paralysis and fear about this act. People are not taking decisions. We want to find a way to stop the abuse of RTI Act, he said. Bobda's remarks came a month after the Supreme Court declared the office of the CJI a public authority under the ambit of the RTI. Over the years, the Supreme Court has stressed the importance of transparency under RTI at times, and also remarked on its overuse at other times. For a stronger RTI. Denial of information. On December 16, 2015, in Jayanti Lalan Mystery vs. Reserve Bank of India, Justice M.Y. Ekbal and Justice C. Nagappan observed, it had long since come to our attention that the public information officers, under the guise of one of the exceptions given under Section 8 of RTI Act, have evaded the general public from getting their hands on the rightful information that they are entitled to. The ideal of government by the people makes it necessary that people have access to information on matters of public concern. The free flow of information about affairs of government paves way for debate in public policy and fosters accountability in government. It creates a condition for open governance, which is a foundation of democracy. NGOs under RTI, in DAV College Trust and Managing, versus Director of Public Instructions on September 17, 2019, a bench of Justice Deepak Gupta and Justice Aniruddha Bose declared that NGOs are not beyond the RTI Act. This was based on an examination of the question whether NGOs are substantially financed by the government. The bench observed, in our view, substantial means a large portion. It does not necessarily have to mean a major portion or more than 50%. No hard and fast rule can be laid down in this regard. Substantial financing can be both direct or indirect. To give an example, if a land in a city is given free of cost or on heavy discount to hospitals, educational institutions or such other body, this in itself could also be substantial financing. The very establishment of such an institution, if it is dependent on the largesse of the state and getting the land at a cheap price, would mean that it is substantially financed. Merely because financial contribution of the state comes down during the actual funding, will not by itself mean that the indirect finance given is not to be taken into consideration. The value of the land will have to be evaluated not only on the date of allotment but even on the date when the question arises as to whether the said body or NGO is substantially financed. Whether an NGO or body is substantially financed by the government is a question of fact which has to be determined on the facts of each case. Because of this observation, the spotlight falls of several NGOs that have been getting public money and were not covered under the RTI. There are societies directly controlled by politicians, but fighting cases that they are not covered under the transparency law. Critical of overuse. Time consumed in replying. In Central Board of Secondary Education (CBSE) and ANR versus Aditya Bandhopadhyay and others in 2011, the Supreme Court said, the nation does not want a scenario where 75% of the staff of public authorities spends 75% of their time in collecting and furnishing information to applicants instead of discharging their regular duties. According to estimates, nearly 60 to 70 lakh RTI applications are filed in India every year, and activists have questioned whether addressing these would require 75% of the time of government staff. Several public authorities have used this observation while denying information, ignoring the fact in the same case, the Supreme Court had ordered disclosure of the requisite information. Personal and public. In Girish Ramchandra Deshpande vs. Central Information Commission and ORS in October 2012, a bench of Justices K.S. Radhakrishnan and Deepak Misra observed, the performance of an employee, officer in an organization is primarily a matter between the employee and the employer, and normally those aspects are governed by the service rules which fall under the expression, personal information, the disclosure of which has no relationship to any public activity or public interest. On the other hand, the disclosure of which would cause unwarranted invasion of privacy of that individual. Of course, in a given case, if the Central Public Information Officer or the State Public Information Officer of the appellate authority is satisfied that the larger public interest justifies the disclosure of such information, appropriate orders could be passed, but the petitioner cannot claim those details as a matter of right. Various public authorities have used this order to deny information on cases, inquiries going on against government officials. Genesis of the law. It was the Supreme Court that had sown the seeds of the RTI Act when, in 1975, in state of Uttar Pradesh versus Raj Narain, Justice K. Matthew observed, "The people of this country have a right to know every public act, everything that is done in a public way by their public functionaries. They are entitled to know the particulars of every public transaction in all its bearing. Their right to know, which is derived from the concept of freedom of speech, though not absolute, is a factor which should make one wary when secrecy is claimed for transactions which can at any rate have no repercussion on public security." Since that remark, the country saw many demands for an RTI Act. 12 states had enacted their own transparency laws before it was passed as a central legislation and implemented in 2005. Before the RTI Act, the Supreme Court advocated for the people's right to know in Union of India versus Association for Democratic Reforms in 2002. It observed, vote as little man citizens' right to know antecedents including criminal past of his candidate contesting election for MP or MLA is much more fundamental and basic for survival of democracy. The little man may think over before making his choice of electing lawbreakers as lawmakers. This judgment was to make provision for declarations of assets, liabilities and criminal cases against electoral candidates, but for government officials the information is often denied by several public authorities, using the Supreme Court observation of October 2012. Section 6(2) of the RTI Act says, "An applicant making request for information shall not be required to give any reason for requesting the information or any other personal details except those that may be necessary for contacting him." Section 8(1)(j) says, "The information which cannot be denied to the Parliament or a state legislature shall not be denied to any person, under the RTI Act." In Bhagat Singh vs. CIC in 2007, then Delhi High Court Justice Ravindra Bhatt, now a Supreme Court judge, observed, "Access to information, under Section 3 of the Act, is the rule and exemptions under Section 8 the exception. Section 8 being a restriction on this fundamental right, must therefore be strictly construed. It should not be interpreted in manner as to shadow the very right itself." Also read, explained, how an end-to-end railway line can help Kerala. For all the latest explained news, download Indian Express app. Tags: Express Explained. Right to Information Act. Sharad Arvind Bobbed. Supreme Court. 0 comments asterisk. Protest in order, on anti-CAA protests, The Hindu. The duty of the state to preserve public order should never extend to the suppression of political views contrary to those of the government. It is quite unedifying for the state to use its power to regulate public protests to negate the people's right to assemble peacefully. The statewide clamping of prohibitory orders under Section 144 of the Code of Criminal Procedure in Uttar Pradesh and Karnataka are stark examples of the misuse of regulatory power to suppress the lawful exercise of constitutional rights. As protests against the Citizenship Amendment Act escalate in several cities and towns, the invocation of Section 144 in a whole state does not seem to be in conformity to the general rule that such a restriction on fundamental freedoms should be reasonable, least invasive and bona fide. On top of it, internet and mobile phone services were suspended and some metro rail stations shut down in Delhi. Restrictions wider than necessary tend to suppress rather than regulate. Were all these steps justified, especially in the light of judicial pronouncements that draw the limits of the power to regulate assemblies? The apex court has often said an order under Section 144 has to be reasonable and be minimal. It meant that the order should be limited to specific localities, and in response to a particular situation. Such restraint should not be allowed to exceed the constraints of the particular situation, either in nature or in duration, it observed. A widespread protest may indeed regress into violence, but the perception of threat to public peace and tranquility should be real and not imaginary or a mere likely possibility, the court observed, while examining the lawfulness of the police action on a gathering of peaceful protesters at Delhi's Ramlila Maidan in 2011. In this backdrop, the action of the police in Bengaluru and Delhi in preventing protesters from gathering, and the denial of permission to hold any protests in several other places, was excessive. An orderly assembly armed with a permission that contains limits on duration and number is normally not likely to degenerate into violence. It is somewhat satisfying that in most cities, the protesters gathered peacefully or courted arrest. However, the incidents of disturbances from a few cities, including the police firing in Mangaluru, underscore the burden cast upon the state in protecting the constitutional guarantees of peaceful dissent on the one hand, and public order on the other. On the political side, India's leadership will have to respond to the widespread public fears over the implementation of the new naturalization norms. On the administrative side, however, the authorities should aim to facilitate the exercise of the people's rights, rather than suppress them. Not unimpeachable. On Donald Trump's impeachment, The Hindu. United States President Donald Trump made history, albeit not in the way he would have dreamed, when he became only the third incumbent to get impeached by the House of Representatives. On Wednesday, the House impeached him on 2 articles, one each for abuse of power and obstruction of Congress. The first article relates to Mr. Trump withholding $391 million in military aid and a White House meeting unless Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky agreed to investigate the business dealings of the family of Democratic presidential frontrunner Joe Biden, in other words, a bid to discredit domestic rivals through foreign influence. This article, which identifies a violation of the oath of office and a breach of national security, passed by 230 votes to 197, with the entire Republican membership opposing it. The second article relates to the charge that Mr. Trump obstructed the congressional probe into abuse of power allegations by urging witnesses not to cooperate and asking federal government agencies to disregard subpoenas. This passed by 229 votes to 198. Now, the matter passes into the hands of the Senate. Given that a 2/3 majority, or 67 senators, is required to convict and to remove Mr. Trump from office, and the chamber is split between 53 Republicans, 45 Democrats and 2 independents who caucus with the Democrats, an acquittal is expected. Yet 2 things are certain. First, no matter Mr. Trump's popularity with his constituents and the current global mood leaning towards nativist populism, the impeachment is a stain on his reputation and a historic rebuke that will never fade in the annals of infamy. Second, and more worrying for prospects of harmony within the American Union, the impeachment will drive a deeper wedge between the 2 opposing political discourses of a polarized electorate. Already, the Democrats led by House Speaker Nancy Pelosi have indicated that they might withhold articles of impeachment from the Senate for some time, effectively delaying the trial in the upper house until there is more clarity around the rules that the latter will set for the trial. If this becomes a protracted and hostile engagement across the 2 chambers, it could muddy the waters during the upcoming election year and make the campaign even more vicious than that of 2016. Going beyond the impeachment, however, it might be possible to bridge the chasm between Mr. Trump's detractors and supporters only if a conversation is initiated to retrieve the spirit of bipartisanship on issues such as immigration, trade, climate change, gun control, racism and minority rights. The alternative route may well lead directly to a political purgatory for one of the world's oldest democracies, and that is likely to hurt. In thrall to its own violence, The Hindu. In its second innings, the Modi government has turned its back on conciliation, with dire consequences for the polity. As to why the Narendra Modi regime has succeeded in pushing the country into a needless, but harmful, instability, a clue is available in Union Home Minister Amit Shah's opening remarks when he piloted the Citizenship Amendment Bill in the Rajya Sabha. The minister cockily argued that his government was perfectly aware that the proposed amendment would be a controversial law, but he was prepared to be disagreeable. The minister's refrain was that if there was a problem, it had to be solved, because, unlike the earlier ruling arrangements, the new regime was not given to procrastination. That is perhaps the rub. After the 2019 Lok Sabha mandate, the composition and character of the Modi government stand changed. The new team has gone out of its way to convey a new sense of urgency to take up the old priorities. This clear-headedness has turned out to be a mixed blessing. Breaking with Vajpayee era. There is no one in the inner councils of the decision-making who has had any kind of familiarity with the Atal Bihari Vajpayee L.K. Advani era's working and how it tried to govern this complex land. It was a regime that successfully managed to fight a war with Pakistan, exploded the bomb, and steered the economy out of the Washington-led sanctions against India, and much more, without creating new, debilitating fault lines at home. The tone and temper of the Vajpayee regime was defined by a prudent impulse. With the passing away of Sushma Swaraj and Arun Jaitley in recent months, the 2019 government has apparently settled into a new working idiom, with a dangerous imbalance at the core of the Indian state. The Prime Minister stands very tall, much taller than all his ministerial colleagues, with the possible exception of the Home Minister. No cabinet colleague has the stature or the prestige to introduce a note of caution in the face of any proposed policy recklessness or political waywardness. There is no one like a Lord Peter Carrington, who as Foreign Secretary could tell an overbearing Margaret Thatcher that she was being impossible in her treatment of colleagues or in insisting on a policy extremism. Arguably, the Modi government suffers from a lack of equilibrium in its collective working, and, inevitably, the entire ruling cabal ends up feeding the Prime Minister's ingrained confrontationist instincts. This itch for confrontation has produced an unhappy consequence for statecraft and political management. The option of conciliation invariably stands spurned. There is a new fascination for aggression, a new appetite for skirmishes and combats. And this belligerence is deemed to be politically satisfying and electorally rewarding. It needs to be recalled that the Vajpayee-Advani government subscribed, during most of its 6 years in power, to a wise policy prescription. It was inclined to believe that while it was possible for a political party like the Bharatiya Janata Party (BJP) to win a Lok Sabha majority without the Muslim vote, it would be unhelpful to try to govern the country without the cooperation and support of the largest minority. Political wisdom demanded that a group numbering over 100 million people not be allowed to sulk in its corner. In a democracy, the leaders engage in dialogue and seek conciliation, and, as Albert Camus put it in The Rebel, it is only tyrants who conduct monologues above a million solitudes. No appetite for compromise. In the Modi-Shah era, this preference for accommodation and partnership stands virtually abandoned. The tweaked proposition is, not only can the BJP win a majority without the Muslims' vote, it can also govern without their support and can live without their trust or confidence or affection. Admittedly, from time to time, the ruling party comes up with catchy slogans, paying politically correct lip service to the idea of inclusiveness, but, in day-to-day governance, the accent is on catering to the Hindu majority's sensibilities, and if the minorities take offense, so be it. There is a calculated confidence that any group, however unhappy or large, can be tamed. The post-Article 370 Jammu and Kashmir is cited as a satisfying and successful application of this no-nonsense, no weakness, no accommodation approach. Every citizen, every group, and every community subscribes to its own notion of justness and fair play. This may differ from the neighbor's idea of justice, but the task of every ruler is to reconcile differing notions of justness, without gratuitously making any group feel that it has been permanently dealt a raw hand. During the first Modi government, there was an eager promotion of violence in words. Verbal aggression was encouraged not just on social media or in television studios, but it was approvingly looked upon as a sine qua non to tell the whole world that the ancien regime had truly been put in its place. In the process, a certain debasement of democratic decencies was inevitable, but was celebrated as a much-needed jettisoning of the old dogma. Now, with 300-plus Lok Sabha seats under its belt, the ruling party has developed a fascination for authoritative violence. Coercion and violence are deemed as a curative instrument of state policy and political control. This gathering belief in the usefulness of state violence has led to an indifference to international criticism or disapproval of the civil society at home. Each act of criticism, in fact, is pugnaciously depicted as a challenge to our nation, its security and its nationhood. The notion of police brutality stands, almost, beautified. On the other hand, any protest or resistance in the streets against the government's policies or politics is branded as inspired by vested interests, or worse, instigated by Pakistan or by urban Naxals. Any resistance is seized upon as an excuse for further state violence. The ruling clique finds itself emboldened and confirmed in its confrontationist impulses, partly because a very sizable chunk of the media has reoriented itself to being the government's mouthpiece, and also partly because the judiciary is no longer available as a forum of relief to any aggrieved citizen. No government could ask more than a sitting Chief Justice of India batting publicly, outside the court, for the flawed National Register of Citizens, NRC. Mismanagement of economy. This fascination for violence, aggression, bullying and intimidation has had a particularly telling effect on the government's management of the national economy. Even otherwise, its paucity of talent, its weakness for mediocrity has already been felt, but now, the Danda approach has compounded the situation. Corporate India senses a fear in the air but is not permitted to voice its apprehensions. No $3 trillion economy is amenable to coercion or slogans or to prime ministerial fiats. Yet the regime remains enamored of its own intransigence, without comprehending that so early in its second innings, the government's trust stands considerably eroded. The Prime Minister allows himself to deploy extremely divisive vocabulary when out on the election trail in Jharkhand, but back in New Delhi, he feels he is entitled to respect and trust of all citizens and pretends to be baffled that large number of citizens are apprehensive about the CAA. A regime that has developed a taste for coercion, however legitimate or legal, and a passion for aggression, ends up squandering the citizens' trust. The Modi regime has ordered its own custom-made Achilles heel. Harish Kari is a senior journalist based in Delhi. An accurate diagnosis, draconian remedy, The Hindu. India's black money problem was misdiagnosed, unverified, exaggerated numbers went into enactment of harsh laws. India's fight against foreign black money has returned a whimper. The government's intent cannot be faulted, but since the problem itself was misdiagnosed, the ensuing legislative measures have been bereft of constitutional and economic common sense. They relied too little on persuasion, and far too much on browbeating. The economic results are nothing to rave about. High on populism, low on constitutional wisdom, the Black Money Act was a draconian law that was bound to fail. At minimum tax rate of 60%, it gave marginal incentive for the hoarders to come clean. Lawmakers overestimated the writ of international laws and made no economically persuasive case. Resultantly, as of May 2019, the total untaxed foreign assets mined was 12,500 crore rupees. Wholly recovered, this wouldn't even pay Prasar Bharati's bills for 4 years. Even this recovery was aided greatly by international exposes such as the Panama Papers, in which the government's legislation had no role to play. In comparison, Indonesia recovered about 25 lakh rupees crore under similar schemes. The government's initial obsession with browbeating had an ominous start. But, instead of doing course correction, it passed an even more confiscatory law, the Fugitive Economic Offenders Act. Existing laws. The intent of both the laws could have been achieved by a few tweaks in the existing laws. The Income Tax Act has, since 1989, provided for up to 3 times penalty on escape tax. Similarly, willful attempts to evade taxes have, since 1975, been punishable with imprisonment of up to 7 years. A protocol for automatic exchange tax information, under which India is now receiving data from Switzerland, was signed in 2011, as was the amendment requiring all citizens to disclose foreign assets with their domestic tax returns. Post-May 2014, tax control policy is different only in 3 aspects, all constitutionally suspect. The first relates to retrospective application of tax and penal laws that are so confiscatory and brazenly discriminatory that they walk all over a citizen's right to life, carry on business and own property. The second is about shifting the burden of proof onto the citizen to establish that he is not an offender. Lastly, and this is what makes this new policy rather wicked, citizens can be subjected to criminal trial, without the taxman first proving that there has been tax evasion. The results of giving such unbridled powers to agencies have been disastrous. The Enforcement Directorate, India's money laundering watchdog, secured conviction in less than 1% of case but attached assets worth 29,468 crore rupees. In contrast, the agency's equivalents in the US and the UK secured conviction in about 50% cases. The Income Tax Department's records were not inspiring either, hovering at near 2% conviction rates in financial year FY 2016-2017. A Controller and Auditor General report showed that in FY 2016-2017, the demonetization year, the number of raids more than doubled, as compared to FY 2013-2014, the last year of UPA2, but in the same period, the undisclosed income detected was less than one-fourth the amount during the latter period. In medical sciences, intrusive methods of treatment are generally resorted to when diagnosis shows evidence that less risky methods may not be restorative. But India's fiscal policy seems to be driven by the opposite logic: intrusion first, diagnosis later. No clear estimate of black money owned by Indians and stashed abroad is available. Between 2008 and 2012, various reports quoted anywhere between $500 billion and $1.5 trillion, some relying on estimates of a Swiss Bankers Association (SBA) report. These turned out to be false. James Nasson, an officer of the SBA, has said that the SBA had never published any such report. In March 2019, National Institute of Financial Management reported to the Lok Sabha Standing Committee on Finance that the estimate is about $216.490 billion. This is 1/7 the estimate quoted ahead of the 2014 elections. In essence, India's foreign black money problem was misdiagnosed and unverified. Exaggerated numbers went into satisfying Parliament that draconian financial laws are justified. Taking cognizance. For the judiciary, one question that arises is, if the conventional wisdom on black money was based on disinformation, should it take cognizance of it? If yes, how? For example, should the Supreme Court take a relook at its verdict in Ram Jethmalani's case against black money, especially to guide lower courts in their examination of financial crime allegations? A democratic state cannot unjustly enrich itself by making citizens pay for what is not rightly owed. The belief that the government will act on principles of honor and good faith is an invaluable but fragile national asset, Nani Palkhivala wrote in an article in 1993. He said that fiscal system must have not just legality but also legitimacy. It is denuded of all legitimacy when there is a breach of faith on the part of the government in its dealings with the taxpayer. International media called demonetization, among the government's purported measures to fight the black money menace, as a massive theft of people's property. Similarly, the announcement that 15 lakh rupees will be deposited in each citizen's account was found to be nothing more than a political bait. In civil cases, if a trustee breaches faith this way, trust laws provide recourse. As do penal laws in similar circumstances against agents, servants and even against wives. There is, however, no punitive recourse against political skullduggery. The doctrine of promissory estoppel deserves to be tried in political jurisprudence also. The government should give up the belief that being an intrusive, browbeating confiscator enriches Indians. It doesn't. This approach is reminiscent of India's imperialistic past and, in its current form, is impoverishing us into an economic depression. The draconian fiscal laws must at once be repealed. Increased international cooperation, technological advances and banking penetration implodes black money more than any law or sermon on patriotism. India's war on black money can only be won through democratic, persuasive and economically sound means. Kabir Shrivastava is an advocate at the Delhi High Court. Without Fear, The Indian Express. By Editorial, published December 20, 2019, 2 hours 30 minutes and 46 seconds am. The scenes that played out in the national capital on Thursday have sent out the signal that the apparent obduracy and imperviousness of government is not limited to its treatment of a long-standing trouble spot. So many of the images and videos from the people's protests in cities across the country on Thursday, including and especially the national capital, are a reproach to the Narendra Modi government. They frame mostly young, mostly anonymous people who took to the streets mostly peacefully, to raise their voices against a citizenship law that seeks to recast and redefine citizenship of this country in majoritarian terms, faced with a grim and repressive state machinery in BJP-ruled states. They frame historian, Gandhi biographer and prominent public intellectual Ramachandra Guha being pulled and pushed and arrested by policemen in Bengaluru for no evident crime other than holding up a placard showing a picture of the father of India's constitution, B.R. Ambedkar, and articulating his own disagreement with the regime's new law. They frame intellectuals and writers and activists being hauled away from protest venues in Delhi. They frame, essentially, a nervous and paranoid government that appears to have lost the ability to either listen to its intellectuals or its young, or to talk to them. A government that seems to respond to dissent only by suppressing it, by imposing Section 144 through arbitrary detention and by snapping voice, internet and SMS services. That the world's fastest-growing internet market is also now a global leader in cutting off access to small and large swaths of its population, that the internet clampdown as a way of blocking protests is becoming increasingly commonplace, and that in this, India is in the company of countries like Myanmar, Pakistan, Sudan, Syria and Venezuela, is a reason for deep embarrassment to all those who take pride in the argumentativeness of its democracy. The summary attempt to crack down on dissent against the citizenship law takes place in a grey context. In the backdrop of the current moment is the revocation of Article 370 in Kashmir in August in a manner that has isolated and continues to isolate its people, the detention of thousands of its political workers and leaders, including 83-year-old former Chief Minister Farooq Abdullah. His incarceration was extended by 3 months a few days ago, and the longest ever continuous internet shutdown in the country. The scenes that played out in the national capital on Thursday have sent out the signal that the apparent obduracy and imperviousness of government is not limited to its treatment of a long-standing trouble spot. It is the reflexive response to all disagreement and discontent. This is a disquieting signal to the country. There has also been violence and arson, as in Selampur in the capital, in parts of Lucknow and Mangalore on Thursday. It is incumbent on the state governments and the entire political establishment, including the opposition, to do whatever it takes to keep the peace. But in doing so, the world's largest democracy cannot look like it cannot accommodate its young who disagree, it cannot afford to signal that it is so ill at ease with itself. At any time, and especially when its economy is in slowdown, India risks a lot if it begins to be seen as a place where the dissenter's mind is not without fear. Reset the Boardroom, The Indian Express. By Editorial, published December 20, 2019, 2 hours 15 minutes and 13 seconds AM. This is an extraordinary development in the history of corporate battles in India. 3 years after being abruptly unseated, Cyrus Mistry appears on course to being reinstated as executive chairman of Tata Sons, the holding company of one of India's largest business conglomerates, with the National Company Law Appellate Tribunal, NCLAT, ruling on Wednesday that his sacking in October 2016 and the subsequent appointment of N. Chandrasekaran was illegal. This is an extraordinary development in the history of corporate battles in India. It could have a destabilizing impact on not just the scores of companies in the over $100 billion diversified group but also on markets and investors. The tribunal has said that the manner in which Mistry was suddenly removed, the absence of any discussion at the board meeting on October 24, 2016, and his subsequent removal as a director in group companies, amounted to prejudicial and oppressive action. It has ordered that Mistry be reinstated as director of 4 Tata companies, while setting aside the decision to convert the company from a public to a private firm. The tribunal's verdict will become operational only after 4 weeks, with a window being provided for the Tatas to appeal to the Supreme Court. But irrespective of the final verdict in this case, there are some larger issues which need to be addressed by corporate India. These questions concern corporate democracy or democratic behavior in listed corporate firms, be they promoter-driven companies or professionally managed companies, and appropriate governance structures including independent boards. It is important in a public corporation to make a clear distinction between decisiveness and arbitrariness. While corporate governance in any country may be shaped by several factors, including the cultural backdrop, it is also about ethical values, integrity standards, and following the spirit of the law. At a fraught time when many Indian companies are struggling to manage their balance sheets, one of the grave risks that the latest ruling poses is that of further deepening the distrust of corporates by many investors, hurt already by events in many firms over the past few years. That could be a dampener for long-term investment in India and for companies and entrepreneurs looking to bet on projects here. Much will depend on how swiftly the Supreme Court ensures an early closure to this corporate feud, and the behavioral change in India's boardrooms over the next few years. Implementation of nationwide NRC will put India in a state of conflict. Government must step back. The Indian Express. Written by Najib Jung, updated, December 20, 2019, 9 hours 26 minutes and 51 seconds am. The protests by students may quieten soon, but they will possibly recur with greater ferocity in the near future. Express photo, Anil Sharma. There have been signs that anxiety was building up among the youth for some years now. The initial manifestation came with the agitation following the unfortunate suicide of Rohit Vemula in January 2016 in Hyderabad, which highlighted the callousness and insensitivity of university administrations towards Dalit students. At the same time, JNU was simmering. Its vice-chancellor had done enough to damage what is arguably the most outstanding university in India. Harsh actions against students and faculty, locking up of spaces to curb the movement of students within the campus, restrictions on speech caused umbrage in universities not just in India but across the academic world. There have been protests elsewhere too. Adding to this anger is the fact that there are few jobs available to students leaving universities. Protests in Jamia Millia Islamia against the Citizenship Amendment Act (CAA) provided the spark for an inferno to rage across the country. Jamia was established 100 years ago. Gandhiji, like Madan Mohan Malviya for BHU, traveled throughout India collecting funds to set it up. Jamnalal Bajaj became the university's first treasurer. Its founders participated in the freedom movement and none went to Pakistan. The university retains its tradition of nationalism and India's syncretic culture. Jamia's students have never participated in a protest of a communal nature. To give a communal color to the recent protests betrays a lack of understanding. Today, students of Jamia are mobilizing against the National Register for Citizenship, NRC, and CAA, which they believe are contrary to the secular values enshrined in the Constitution. It is true that students at Jamia, AMU and some other universities have been increasingly concerned over the repeated challenges to their patriotism or nationalism. Many of these young boys and girls come from India's Mofussil towns. They share the same dreams as the students who may follow other beliefs. To this end, they need confidence-building measures. Quite naturally, they have concerns about how they are, at times, viewed as the other. This new legislation claims to help those fleeing persecution abroad but divides communities within. It underlines the fact that Muslim citizens are not intrinsically Indian. It is tragic that Jamia's authorities did not counsel the students towards restraint. The students had no senior leader to turn to. In fact, it is devastating that the Muslim community has no seasoned leadership to turn to. Its leadership has fallen into the hands of poorly educated, backward-looking, conservative Maulanas. And, with palpable antagonism from the government, young Muslims have no one to turn to. So far, most Muslim students in leading universities have been removed from negative influences. But anxieties and frustrations run high among them. Statements of ministers and ruling party spokespersons that the NRC will be implemented across India have only increased their anxiety. There have been reports of detention camps coming up in some states. The government is pushing increasingly provocative policies and using tactics like shutting down the internet to stifle dissent and free speech. The CAA was the final straw that broke the camel's back. While the constitutionality of the CAA is for the Supreme Court to judge, the India-wide NRC is the immediate cause for concern. Originally meant only for Assam, it is intended to be extended to all of India. Such an exercise is understandably feared for its potential to disenfranchise millions of Indian Muslims. The final register in Assam became a major source of embarrassment both for the union and state governments. The majority of people excluded from it were reportedly non-Muslims, who would now have to go through the tedious and expensive process of appeal, and even then would not be certain of their inclusion. Thousands of non-Muslims in Assam were potentially in fear of losing their homes and being condemned to a life in camps. Faced with a major embarrassment, the government rushed in to pass the CAA to reassure the non-Muslims that their right to Indian citizenship is fully protected. Under the new law, all others, barring Muslims, who having come into India, from Pakistan, Bangladesh and Afghanistan, till 2014, are guaranteed citizenship. Simply put, only Muslims' citizenship is under threat, and there will likely be thousands of them who will not have the required documents. The protests by students may quieten soon, but they will possibly recur with greater ferocity in the near future. Assam and many parts of the northeast are seething. The uncertainty of the NRC process destroyed people emotionally, some committed suicide, unable to bear the anxiety. They are now burdened with the appeal process, having been excluded from the register. Once the CAA comes in, there is fear of being swamped by non-Muslim refugees that will challenge the ancient Assamese culture and burden Assam's scarce resources. There are similar concerns in other parts of the Northeast. This week has seen the biggest display of opposition to the government since it assumed office. This is largely because it confirms the fears among many that the country's government is taking it on the trajectory of becoming a Hindu nation with minimal dissent allowed. Unease among many of us, Hindus, Muslims, Christians, Sikhs and secular-minded people who believe in the principles of the Constitution, will remain. There will be more protests. In all probability, thousands will boycott the NRC process. States will decline the center's diktat, challenging the very core of our federal structure. Where will the detention camps be built? What will be the cost? How much of administrative manpower will be used? Those of us with some administrative experience know the cost of usual work for conducting elections or carrying out the census exercise. Almost all routine work in field offices comes to a halt. School teachers, revenue officers, panchayat employees are all utilized, causing delays. Where will state governments get the manpower for this exercise? I need not add the beating India's image is taking in the international community. The implementation of the NRC will put India in a state of conflict. It is up to the union government to quickly step in, initiate dialogue with a range of people that should include political parties, Muslims, students and civil society, and come up with some understanding to restore the people's confidence urgently. This article first appeared in the December 20 print edition titled, What the Young Say. The writer is a former vice-chancellor of Jamia Millia Islamia and was lieutenant governor of Delhi. For all the latest opinion news, download Indian Express app. More from Najib Jung. Restiveness in Assam has come full circle with the Citizenship Amendment Act, the Indian Express. Written by Kaustubh Dekka, updated, December 20, 2019 9 hours 39 minutes and 14 seconds am. The current sense of dismay in Assam is primarily due to what they perceive as the BJP's backtracking on pre-poll stances like securing an immigrant-free Assam and protecting the indigenous by putting the state under the purview of the Citizenship Amendment Act without any exemptions. Express photo by Dasarath Dekka. A whole new generation in Assam has recently been introduced to curfews in their towns and army flag marches in their lanes, though, for the older generation, this means revisiting a trauma. The current sense of dismay in Assam is primarily due to what they perceive as the BJP's backtracking on pre-poll stances like securing an immigrant-free Assam and protecting the indigenous by putting the state under the purview of the Citizenship Amendment Act without any exemptions. This is precisely why the repeated assurances by the Home Minister about bringing safeguards to the indigenous of Assam, in the context of the CAA, has not found many takers in the state. While the government is promising to implement Clause 6 of the Assam Accord, which promises protection to the cultural economic identities of the Assamese, in the same breath, it seems to be denouncing the essence of the accord by not respecting the cutoff year of 1971. The accord also refrains from making religion a criterion of identification. The present agitation is largely a reaction to the perceived breach of this political commitment given by the Government of India to Assam. At the base of this equation lies another cardinal political truth about Assam: that language has historically trumped religion as a primary marker of identity. This foundation quickly lapses into the argument that with the acceptance of Bengali Hindu migrants, there appears a real possibility that the Assamese speakers and the other indigenous communities will be turned into absolute minorities, linguistically and politically. It is often pointed out that with consecutive census reports, the number of Assamese speakers has been coming down to 47.8% 2001 from 57.8% 1991. During the same period, the share of Bengali speakers has gone up to 27.5% 2001 from 21.7% 1991. Number of Hindus declined to 64.9% 2001 from 67.1% 1991, and further declined to 61.47% 2011 census. During the same period, the number of Muslims went up by 2.4% in 2001, that number stood at 34.22% in the 2011 census. Evidently, during 1991-2001 the rise of Bengalis as a linguistic group seems to be due to the growth of both Hindu and Muslim Bengalis in Assam. The statistics do not support a linear relation between the growth of the Muslims alone, which the ruling party insists on projecting as a threat to Assamese identity, and the decline in the number of Assamese speakers. As different mass programs have been announced jointly by multiple groups, political and otherwise, across districts in Assam, parallels are being drawn with the Assam movement of the 80s. That was a social movement launched by an apolitical cultural front, spearheaded by students and backed by different segments of society through a complex alliance. It succeeded in overthrowing the Congress government in the state by forming a new regional party. As that regional party, Assam Gana Parishad, AGP, once hailed as paragon of regionalism in Assam, finds itself the object of people's wrath today. Many wonder if the final demise of the AGP will usher in the entry of a new regional force in the state. A road near my house that is now tarred with the rubber of burnt tires, ringing with the uneasy silence of curfew and patrolled by army trucks, still bears the sign, Asian Highway 1. People look at it and wonder what sense notions like the Act East policy make when one is beneath the military boots. I thought of taking a picture of it recently to send it to a friend abroad, only to realize that internet services had been suspended. Perhaps normalcy will be restored in a few more days, but by then, India would have taken a few strides backwards when it comes to acquiring the good faith of smaller nationalities within the larger design of the nation-state. This article first appeared in the December 20 print edition titled, Assam's Edge. A misinformation campaign is underway to make Muslims fearful of CAA, The Indian Express. Written by Pratap Bhandari, updated, December 20, 2019 9 hours 28 minutes and 46 seconds am. Parliament is the most legitimate institution reflecting the will of the people. File photo. The passage of Citizenship Amendment Act, 2019, CAA, is not only historic but also upholds the democratic and moral values of Indian Republic. It is not just the expression of the majority but an article of faith to protect the minorities. It is not a law which grants citizenship based on religion but one that grants citizenship based on religious persecution. Religious persecution per se is against the minority by a majority in a non-secular state. It is a fact that religion was a prominent factor in the partition of India, and the Constituent Assembly even debated the demand for naturalized citizenship for communities that were forced into becoming minorities in countries in our neighborhood. However, amidst the influx of refugees, it became impossible for rules and procedures to be drafted in this regard. But the Constitution left the window open to make laws for these minorities, who feared religious persecution, in Articles 6, 7, 10 and 11. India has always stood for what is moral and just. It would have been unjust, immoral and unethical for the liberal and secular Indian democracy to look the other way when lakhs of people living in India, having fled from Pakistan after independence, continue to remain without an identity or voice despite their residence and ancestral linkages here. Not only has the Indian state given such people citizenship in the past on a case-by-case basis, but leaders across the political spectrum from Jawaharlal Nehru to Jayaprakash Narayan and even Manmohan Singh have also expressed the need to grant them citizenship. India has given the right to a dignified life to its minorities and believes in the principle of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. When secularism is under threat in the neighborhood, must a secular state not perform its Gandhian duty? Selective secularism goes against constitutional morality. Many have asked why the bill did not include Muslims. The purpose of the act is to address religious persecution, not economic migration. Human rights reports by the UN and countless media reports have the persecution of Jain, Sikhs, Christians and Hindus in these countries. How can a follower of Islam face persecution in a country where the state religion is Islam? Even if such exceptional cases arise, the doors for naturalized citizenship remain open. Given that the CAA does not impinge on a single constitutional right of an Indian citizen, the protests against it on the pretext that it is anti-Muslim are dishonest and against the secular fabric of this great nation. The truth is that the Constitution provides enough protection to minorities in case of discrimination. Morality teaches us to favor positive discrimination for minorities to bring them on a level playing field. The CAA is based on the principle of positive discrimination for the minorities suffering from human rights abuses in our neighborhood. How can steps to protect minorities in India be termed secular, but steps to protect similar minorities in the neighborhood be called communal? A global power cannot be silent when minorities are facing existential threats across its border. Conscious fear-mongering over the CAA is not only against India's national interest but it also hurts the cause of informed dissent on the law. Informed dissent is legitimate, but violence has no place in a society governed by the rule of law. Those who think the law is unconstitutional should approach the Supreme Court, and those who think that the anti-CAA protests reflect the mood of the people should make it a part of their political narrative. Anti-CAA protests must eschew radical, violent and communal thoughts, and protesters must not vandalize public property. Police excesses should be investigated by the judiciary and, if found guilty, the perpetrators should be punished. However, the principle of innocent until proven guilty must be applied equally, across the board. Neither law enforcement agencies nor protesters have the license to break the law. Students have right to dissent, but they should be cautious of becoming tools for groups with vested interests. Parliament is the most legitimate institution reflecting the will of the people. The CAA was passed with an absolute majority. What will a majority government do if not bring policies which were part of its manifesto? The parties supporting the anti-CAA protests need to test their belief against the popular will. The AAP government in Delhi should campaign on its anti-CAA stand, as should the RJD in Bihar and Congress in UP. A misinformation campaign is being undertaken to make Indian Muslims fearful of the new act. Why should the second largest Muslim population in the world be threatened by an attempt to grant citizenship to a few lakh persecuted minorities in a fraternal democracy? No one is deporting Indian citizens, no one can deport an Indian citizen. Every right-minded citizen should spread facts, not fiction, about the CAA. For Sri Ram Lagu, theater was a serious, explained. Donald Trump impeached, what happens next, explained News, The Indian Express. Written by Mayor Gill, New Delhi, published, December 19, 2019, 10 hours 34 minutes and 17 seconds p.m. The House of Representatives has impeached Trump on 2 counts. File. On Wednesday, Donald Trump became the third U.S. president to be impeached. The first was Andrew Johnson in 1868 and then Bill Clinton in 1998. Former President Richard Nixon, who was involved in the Watergate scandal, resigned in 1974, before impeachment proceedings against him could begin. Significantly, no U.S. president has been removed from office as a result of impeachment. On Wednesday, Trump tweeted, "Can you believe that I will be impeached today by the radical left, do-nothing Democrats, and I did nothing wrong? A terrible thing. Read the transcripts. This should never happen to another president again. Say a prayer." The impeachment. The House of Representatives, lower house, has impeached Trump on 2 counts, both of which are related to the Ukraine scandal. The charges are obstruction of Congress and pressuring Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky to open an investigation against Trump's political rival and former Vice President Joe Biden. Biden is the Democratic presidential candidate for the 2020 elections. Essentially, the case against Trump, as the New York Times has put it, is that he sought foreign interference using hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars to help him in the 2020 presidential elections and subsequently stopped the U.S. Congress from performing its duty to check the executive branch. What next? According to the U.S. Constitution, while the House of Representatives has the sole power of impeachment, the Senate, upper house, has the sole power to try all impeachments. The House of Representatives consists of 435 members, among which 235 are Democrats and 199 are Republicans. Given this composition, Trump's impeachment was unsurprising and was passed with a vote of 230 against 197, almost all on party lines. The real challenge lies ahead, when the Senate, which has a composition of 53 Republicans and 45 Democrats and 2 independents, will vote following a trial, which will be overseen by the Chief Justice of the U.S. Supreme Court, John Roberts. The trial will consider all the evidence against Trump, after which there will be a vote to either acquit or convict him. In order for Trump to be impeached, at least 2/3 of the Senate needs to find the president guilty. Which means that at least 67 members of the Senate has 100 members, will have to vote in favor of Trump's impeachment. This seems unlikely, considering the Senate is dominated by Republicans, who could vote along party lines. As of now, no date for the trial has been fixed and it is likely to happen next year. An editorial published in the NYT said, "It's a lot to ask of Republicans to insist on holding their own leader accountable, just as that was a lot to expect of Democrats during the Clinton impeachment inquiry." But while many Democrats then criticized President Bill Clinton and some voted to impeach him, Republican lawmakers would not breathe a word against Trump on Wednesday. Therefore, it is unlikely that Trump will be removed from office and is likely to be acquitted in the Senate, much like Johnson and Clinton in the past. Is Trump likely to get re-elected? On Wednesday, a U.S.-based advisory and analytics firm reported that Trump's latest approval ratings, taken between December 2015, inched up to 45%, marking this his 3rd consecutive increase in approval ratings. On the other hand, support for his impeachment and removal has dropped by 6 percentage points, to 46%. As many as 51% oppose his impeachment and removal, up by 5 percentage points. Net loss on Citizenship Amendment Act (CAA) protests, The Hindu. The shutting down of the Internet in Delhi and several states is a response to growing protests against the Citizenship Amendment Act (CAA) 2019, is unsophisticated and deeply damaging to social life and the economy. Meghalaya, Tripura and Arunachal Pradesh were entirely cut off, and parts of Assam, West Bengal, Karnataka and Uttar Pradesh were deprived of Internet access, in clumsy attempts to quell demonstrations. Such ham-handed interventions have won for India a place at the head of the table among intolerant countries that routinely shut down the Internet to block criticism of the government. Jammu and Kashmir is now acknowledged globally as a dark spot on the Internet, with service there blocked since August 4. After protests against the CAA began, other states are also experiencing shutdowns, and the fate of connectivity is being decided by officers empowered by the Temporary Suspension of Telecom Services, Public Emergency or Public Safety Rules, 2017 under the Indian Telegraph Act, 1885, or Section 144 of the Code of Criminal Procedure. A disruption is an extreme measure, and should be countenanced only for a specific threat, and as an interim measure as official communications fill the information vacuum. A case in point is the spreading of rumors on child lifters on social media, which resulted in several lynchings. The net blackout of the kind being witnessed now, however, has little to do with rumors, and is clearly aimed at muzzling the protests. The Prime Minister, who has fashioned himself as a digital-first leader, issued a Twitter appeal to people in Assam on the CAA, but they did not get it as they had no net. The NDA government should also be aware that the connectivity chokehold applied on J&K is proving lethal to entrepreneurship, crippling a new generation running startups and promoting women's employment. A disrupted internet is dealing a blow to digital financial transactions across several states, to e-governance initiatives, and economic productivity. It affects education and skill building, as the Kerala High Court affirmed in an order holding access to the net a fundamental right that could not be denied arbitrarily. The court pointed out that the apprehension of a gadget being misused is not a legitimate ground for denial of service, and the government should act on specific complaints. Yet, since 2015, shutdowns have been rising, 134 in 2018, and the NDA seems unwilling to change course. It seems to matter little that blunt interventions make the ambitious goal of growing into a $5 trillion economy even more unrealistic, or that India is losing face as a democracy because it chooses to sit with authoritarian regimes. That is the wrong road to take. Reform and progress vitally need the net. Wither Amravati, on the capital city of Andhra Pradesh, The Hindu. Sometimes ideas can sound good, but when it comes to implementation they need to be tested for feasibility and, importantly, timing. Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Y.S. Jagan Mohan Reddy hinted on Tuesday that the South African model of three capitals was best suited in his state and that his government would work towards this. In South Africa, the administrative capital is in Pretoria, its national legislature in Cape Town and its judicial capital in Bloemfontein. Mr. Reddy's idea seems to stem from the reasoning that a distribution of executive, legislative and judicial governance across Visakhapatnam, Amravati, the current capital, and Kurnool would allow for a decentralized development of the state. The location choices are in the upper, central and lower geographical regions. Such an arrangement follows the recommendations of the expert committee appointed by the Home Affairs Ministry in 2014 to study alternatives for a new capital. Chaired by K.C. Sivaramakrishnan, the panel had argued against the need for a greenfield capital city and to instead focus on distributing locations of governance beyond the Vijayawada Guntur Tenali Mangalagiri urban area, while utilizing the time period of 10 years to continue functions from Hyderabad after bifurcation. The Chief Minister's idea has got support from the government-appointed G.N. Rao Committee. It has recommended that the Assembly's location be retained at Amravati, with the Secretariat and High Court moved to Visakhapatnam and Kurnool, respectively. Despite the expert committee's recommendations, the AP government led by the Telugu Desam Party had decided to build a grand capital in Amravati, and had acquired large parcels of land from farmers. The Secretariat and Legislative Assembly were shifted to Amravati in 2016, while the High Court began functioning in the beginning of 2019. Amravati, which still requires significant development, has become a functioning state capital for all purposes now. But it is no surprise that many farmers, who had agreed to give up fertile land for the expansion of the capital as part of a land pooling scheme and were to have received residential and commercial plots among other forms of compensation, have protested the decision to decentralize capital functions. If the government limits Amravati to hosting only the assembly, it must take into account the concerns of affected farmers. That said, the fact that considerable work has been completed in Amravati to utilize the fledgling city as a functioning capital must be taken into account before embarking upon the decentralization idea, which was best served before the works in Amravati began. Abandoning the plan that is already in place will render the grand city an unviable one. As in politics, in governance, timing is everything. The virtual effacement of civil liberty, the Hindu. The judiciary needs to determine whether the executive has provided a reasoned order when it directs an internet ban. A study of India's civil liberties record will only desiccate its status as a republican democracy. Even given that narrative, the ongoing repression of freedom in the Kashmir Valley is extraordinary. Not since August 4, 2019, have most residents in the region had access to the internet. On that fateful day, in the lead-up to India's unilateral decision to revoke its compact with the state of Jammu and Kashmir, a total communication and information blockade was placed on the region. The exercise was so clinically executed that even the orders imposing the restrictions were kept under wraps. The import of a ruling. On the ensuing day, the Indian government went about dramatically altering its relationship with Jammu and Kashmir. Article 370 of the Constitution, which granted the state elements of administrative autonomy, was, for all practical purposes, severed. But with a complete curfew placed on movement in the region, Kashmiris were deprived even of any means of finding out what was actually transpiring. Remarkably, this state of affairs has scarcely changed since. While certain limited channels of communication have been opened up, access to the web remains elusive. By many accounts, this might well be one of the longest bans imposed on the Internet by an ostensibly democratic government. It is these facts, and the devastating consequences that they have had on daily life in the region, that form the backbone of Anuradha Bhasin and Ghulam Nabi Azad's challenges in the Supreme Court of India. A three-judge bench, which has heard oral arguments in the case, will sometime during the course of the coming weeks pronounce its verdict. Although, in answering the constitutional questions raised, the judges will heed to their past decisions, the case presents the court with its first real opportunity to rule decisively on the purport and reach of the right to access the Internet. The ultimate ruling, therefore, is likely to serve as a precedent of some value. And given the growing ubiquity of the Internet, and the state's increasingly whimsical use across India of blockades on the web, how the judgment goes will also doubtless have a bearing on the endurance of the constitutional promises of liberty and equality. Deleterious effects in Kashmir. Ms. Basin's arguments rest on a simple premise, that the blackout of the Internet impinges on her right to freedom of expression. In her case, the force of the communications ban was almost instantly felt. The Kashmir Times, a daily newspaper which she edits, which has been in regular circulation for more than 5 decades, went altogether unpublished between August 6 and October 10. Today, despite the partial lifting of some restrictions, with journalists hamstrung by the absence of the Internet, only a pruned version of the newspaper is published. These facts, Ms. Basin argues, evince how a denial of access to the web poses a direct threat on the liberties of the press. The impact that the Internet ban has had on free expression is, however, only the tip of the iceberg. As Mr. Azad, the leader of the opposition in the Rajya Sabha, highlights, there are also other deleterious results that have emanated out of the measure. These include a denial of the right to health care caused by people's inability, among other things, to access government schemes such as Ayushman Bharat, and a withdrawal of education to students at different levels, occasioned by the seemingly interminable closure of institutions. What is more, the shutdown has inflicted startling economic damage on the region. Even conservative estimations released by the Kashmir Chamber of Commerce and Industry show that the state economy has suffered a loss of no less than 15,000 crore rupees since the dilution of Article 370. Government stand. In its defense, the government makes two primary arguments. First, it claims that there is no obligation on it to disclose the orders through which the restrictions have been imposed, and, second, it contends that judges must grant the state substantial leeway in matters of national security, that once the executive believes on the basis of some material, that freedom ought to be restricted, the court must not review the validity of such measures, even when those actions involve a wholesale blocking of the Internet. On any reasonable examination, however, the state's arguments fail. Its order imposing the Internet ban, we now know, was made under the Temporary Suspension of Telecom Services Public Emergency or Public Safety Rules, 2017. This law requires the executive, among other things, to provide a reasoned order when it directs the withdrawal of the Internet. That such a direction exists, in and of itself, must make it clear that access to the web cannot be shut out through the issuance of furtive instructions. In a democracy, orders are made to be published. Issue of rights. There is here, of course, an even greater principle at stake, the promise of free speech preserved in Article 19(1)(a) of the Constitution. As the Supreme Court has held, this guarantee contains both an inherent and an instrumental value. The first because it is important to respect every individual's equal right to personal autonomy and dignity, and the last because of the consequences of promoting free speech, that is that better dialogue stimulates a more informed polity. It was the instrumental value of speech that prompted the court, in Sakal Papers, 1961, to hold that no policy of the state can so much as regulate the circulation of a newspaper, as any such program will directly impinge on the right to freedom of expression. Today, publishing a newspaper without access to the Internet is almost a Sisyphean task. Hence, much like the restrictions that were struck down in Sakal Papers, a blanket ban placed on the web will also transgress the guarantee of free speech. And in this case, the human costs go even further. For instance, a report in the Hindu, Ground Zero page, In a Land Without Internet, December 7, 2019, shows that, with jobs already hard to come by, there has been a staggering 80% loss of employment among startups in Kashmir that rely on the Internet. Now none of this means that there can be no restrictions ever placed on the web, or that terrorism does not require counteractive actions. But what the law demands is this, that any measure taken by the state in restricting a fundamental right is necessary and proportionate to the goal that it seeks to achieve. To determine whether the limitations imposed in Kashmir meet this test, the court need not, as the state warns, perform the role of a super-executive. It merely needs to scrutinize whether a wide-ranging ban on the Internet on an entire populace is justifiable, when, even according to the government, it is only a minuscule minority who are likely to commit violence. Indeed, the state has, in the past, segregated people possessed of a potential to terrorize from others based on their registered mobile phone numbers. In these circumstances, to permit a blanket closure of the Internet, given its impact not only on free speech, but also on other rights, including on people's rights to livelihood and health, would amount to a virtual effacement of civil liberty. Stifling the mere hint of dissent through bans on the Internet will only send us racing towards a bottomless pit. Already, as a recent report in LiveMint underscores, 67% of the documented cases of web shutdowns around the world last year took place in India. Should these bans be upheld, we will be entering an abyss from which there can be no return. When that happens, our Constitution, and the hallowed promises it enshrines, will be found withering by the wayside. Surath Parthasarathi is an advocate practicing at the Madras High Court. A premature denouncement of the Citizenship Act, the Hindu. Its critics must appreciate the need to bring closure to the consequence of religious theocracy in India's neighborhood. Pinarayi Vijayan, senior leader of the Communist Party of India, Marxist, and the Chief Minister of Kerala has written in the Hindu, editorial page, Time to Defend India's Secularism, December 18, 2019, on why he opposes the recently enacted Citizenship Amendment Act, CAA, 2019. He gives 3 reasons for his opposition to the legislation. In order to take up and rebut these reasons, the aims and objects of this legislation passed by both houses of Parliament by a large majority, and the historic context for the legislation need first to be made clear. The Citizenship Amendment Bill was introduced in 2019 after long deliberation by the Joint Select Committee of Members of Parliament. A report of the committee was adopted by a majority of members of Parliament and placed on the table of both houses in 2016. But Lok Sabha elections intervened and so the bill had to be reintroduced in December 2019. Ground realities. The need for this bill arose partly because the Islamic theocratic nations of Pakistan, Bangladesh, and Afghanistan have brutally persecuted non-Muslim minorities since 1947. This has led to a sharp fall in the proportion of the non-Muslim minorities in the total population of these countries. Those who survived forcible conversion escaped and illegally entered India. They were Hindus, Sikhs, Jains, Buddhists, Christians, and Parsis, and they were categorized as illegal migrants. As of December 31, 2014, they numbered 31,313, Hindus, 25,447, Sikhs, 5,807, Buddhists 2, Christians, 55, and Parsis 2. Those belonging to two religions were not in this list, Muslims and Jews. A small number of Jews migrated to Israel. No Muslims or Jews came to India over the last 70 years on grounds of religious persecution. Political concern. Over the past 70 years, many leaders of different parties expressed concern over the appalling conditions of living of this category of illegal immigrants. Not having citizenship or passports or Aadhaar cards, they could not avail themselves of any proper employment and so lived in conditions of poverty and squalor. The first authority to express concern over this state of affairs was the Working Committee of the United Congress Party. The committee adopted a resolution on November 25, 1947 urging citizenship and full protection to all those non-Muslims from Pakistan who have come over to India or may do so to save their life and honor. An affirmation of this view came from Dr. Manmohan Singh, the then leader of the opposition in Rajya Sabha, on December 18, 2003. A video clip is available in the Parliament Library. Dr. Singh said then, after the partition of our country, minorities in countries like Bangladesh have faced persecution, and it is our moral obligation that if circumstances force people, these unfortunate people, to seek refuge in our country, our approach for granting citizenship to these unfortunate persons should be more liberal. The same view was expressed in writing in 2014 to Prime Minister Narendra Modi by the then Chief Minister of Assam, Tarun Gogoi. Chief Minister Vijayan thus seems not to have appreciated the historical context of the CAA and the need to bring to closure the sad consequence of religious theocracy in our neighboring nations. Instead, he advances three reasons to denounce the CAA. First, that it is ultra vires the Constitution of India, especially Articles 5 to 11 and also 14. Second, that it is divisive, and violative of human rights because it discriminates against Muslims. Third, that the Bharatiya Janata Party's aim is to establish a Hindu nation and that aim underlies the CAA. The first reason is baseless. Articles 5 to 10 have nothing to do with the CAA. Article 11 in fact empowers Parliament to bring such an amendment as the CAA. As for the CAA violating Article 14, we need to look at the letter of Article 14 but also at judgments galore of the Supreme Court of India on the interpretation of this article. A simple example to contradict Mr. Vijayan's contention is of a Brahmin claiming reservation in education and schools on a par with scheduled castes because of Article 14 guaranteeing equality before law. The Supreme Court has repeatedly made it clear that equality before law is only for those equally placed. Here on religious persecution, the Muslims of Pakistan etc., are not similarly placed. Mr. Vijayan further adds that, Article 14 applies not only to citizens but all persons within the territory of India. Do we know of a single example of a Muslim citizen of Afghanistan, Pakistan or Bangladesh who entered India due to religious persecution and can be identified as an illegal migrant by the official agencies to qualify for citizenship under the CAA? The Union Home Ministry, in the list prepared of this category of illegal migrants, did not discover a single such Muslim from these three countries. It should be made clear that there are 5 ways a foreigner can become a citizen of India under the Citizenship Act, 1955, namely, by birth, descent, registration, naturalization, and incorporation of territory. The CAA, 2019 adds a country-specific exception to the naturalization section. However, any Muslim can become an Indian citizen under the naturalization section. Hindutva and Constitution. Mr. Vijayan makes a final point, that the agenda of Hindutva and the ultimate goal of establishing a Hindu nation underlie the Citizen Amendment Act. Unfortunately, the present Indian constitution cannot be amended beyond the basic structure of the constitution as defined by the Supreme Court of India. So there is no need for anyone to unduly worry about it. For persons like myself, who are committed to teaching Hindutva to our divided Hindu society, on a caste, language, and regional basis, Hindutva is already incorporated in large measure in the present constitution. For example, the use of Sanskrit vocabulary, Article 351, official promotion of the Devanagari script and its modified numerals, Article 343, the ban of cow slaughter, Article 48, the Uniform Civil Code, Article 44, and faith is part of the unamendable basic structure. This is enough to usher in a Hindu nation, because Hinduism is the only religion that formally accepts that all religions lead to God, Sarvadharma Samabhava. Hence Hindutva is not contradictory to secularism. Dr. Subramanian Swamy is a member of parliament and a former Union Minister of Law and Justice. At stake, in Ranchi, The Indian Express. By Editorial, published, December 21, 2019, 2 hours 25 minutes and 52 seconds am. The last two phases of voting in the five-phase contest in Jharkhand were held after Parliament passed the Citizenship Amendment Act (CAA), sparking wide protests. Much depends on the outcome of the Jharkhand Assembly elections. Results will be declared on Monday. The BJP, which is seeking another term in office, needs to win the state, especially because, in contrast to its spectacular performance at the national level, it is yet to win an assembly election convincingly since its successes in Uttarakhand and Tripura in 2017-18. The party has lost major states, including Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, while failing to gain a simple majority in Haryana. It was outwitted by the opposition in Maharashtra despite winning the assembly election and, in the process, lost its oldest ally, the Shiv Sena. For the opposition, battered in the May general election, another state government wrested from the BJP will boost its confidence. The last two phases of voting in the five-phase contest in Jharkhand were held after Parliament passed the Citizenship Amendment Act (CAA), sparking wide protests. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah flagged the citizenship debate in Jharkhand in a language and tone that was polarizing. The PM remarked about the dress of CAA protesters and alluded to Pakistan while talking of the political opposition. The JMM Congress RJD alliance, on the other hand, kept the focus on governance-related issues, land alienation of tribals, lack of jobs, the police action on para-teachers and Anganwadi workers. Though the BJP campaign initially centered on Raghubar Das providing a stable government, Das, an OBC leader, is the first chief minister to complete a full term since the formation of Jharkhand in 2000, it soon shifted focus to work done by the Modi government on national security. That Das is also seen as a contentious figure within the BJP state unit. His main opponent in the Jamshedpur East constituency is his former deputy Saryu Rai, may have influenced the party to shift focus. It may also be counting on the Modi charisma, despite the fact that though it has netted votes for the BJP in general elections, it has not always been helpful in attracting voters in assembly contests. The Gathbandhan's projection of Hemant Soren as the CM nominee has added a subtext to the polls. Should the CM of a state born out of a movement that emphasized the agency of tribals be from a scheduled tribe community, or should the CM office be above such considerations? Buyers and Players, The Indian Express. Published, December 21, 2019, 2 hours 38 minutes and 15 seconds am. A few critics, unable to come to terms with players being sold, have termed it a cattle auction. But the event also throws up heartwarming stories of rags to riches. Twitter trends seldom reflect the ground reality, but it is still noteworthy that news about the IPL auction dislodged, to some extent, netizens' attention from the ongoing street protests against the Citizenship Amendment Act and National Register of Citizens. Within 20 minutes, the auction news was the top trending item, be it the Australian fast bowler Pat Cummins going for a whopping 15.50 crore rupees, Glenn Maxwell, who took a break from international cricket to take care of his health, going for 10.75 crore rupees, or England ODI captain Owen Morgan picked up for 5.25 crore rupees. Perhaps people needed a break from the gathering political and economic tensions. But it's been the same story every year for a while now. During the auction, there is something irresistible about it, with all the elements that enthrall and tease human imagination. Who was sold for the most? Who was not even picked up? Which oddball came through? Why is a little-known player being paid so much? Why was a reputed player ignored? A few critics, unable to come to terms with players being sold, have termed it a cattle auction. But the event also throws up heartwarming stories of rags to riches. This year, at least 3 players, sons of a small farmer and a driver, and a boy who used to sell chaat, have turned millionaires overnight. There were, as there always are, a few oddities as well. Praveen Tamba, who at 48 was the oldest player in the auction, was picked up for 20 lakh rupees, and the youngest, the 14-year-old Afghanistan bowler Noor Ahmad, wasn't selected. A fraying pact, the Indian Express. By Editorial, published December 21, 2019, 2 hours 45 minutes and 31 seconds am. The genesis of the distrust seemingly stems from the center delaying compensation to states for their revenue loss. Departing from the consensual nature of decision-making that has marked the GST Council so far, on Wednesday, the Council, for the first time, voted on an issue of the taxation of lotteries. Though the issue has been pending for long, and the Kerala government reportedly stuck to its stance of maintaining the dual-rate structure, that the final decision had to be put to a vote illustrates a deterioration in relations between the centre and states. It goes against the idea and spirit of cooperative federalism. Moreover, this is unlikely to be a one-off. With GST revenues falling well short of expectations, relations between the center and states may be further strained, as states are likely to press for extending the compensation period by a few years. The genesis of the distrust seemingly stems from the center delaying compensation to states for their revenue loss. Under the GST regime, states have to compensate it if their revenue growth falls below 14% each year over the 2015-16 base year. While the practice so far had been to transfer the compensation amount after 2 months, the center delayed payments for August and September, much to the state's consternation. Though the center released 35,298 crore rupees as compensation just prior to the council meeting, and the finance minister said that the center was committed to discharging its obligation, several state governments appear unsure. With the economy slowing sharply, there is concern that the amount being collected through the compensation cess will not be enough to compensate for the shortfall in collections this year. The state's concerns don't end here. With the center's own revenues likely to fall short of its budgeted target, tax devolution to states will also be lower this year. This will impact their spending. And as much of states' revenue expenditure is sticky in nature, lower revenues will force them to cut back on capital spending, further intensifying the slowdown. Sensing this, some state governments have asked for relaxing the fiscal deficit limit to 4%. While it is not clear if the center will accede to this demand, it does underline the severity of the stress in both central and state government finances. In the run-up to this council meeting, suggestions were made to raise tax rates to shore up collections. That the council shied away from doing so at the current juncture is welcome. While rate rationalization is indeed required, in some sectors inputs are taxed at higher rates as compared to final products. Raising taxes when the economy is slowing down would have been counterproductive. What is needed is a comprehensive review of the GST architecture, addressing, in particular, the issues flagged by the CAG. Crime and Instant Punishment, The Indian Express. Written by G. P. Joshi, published December 21, 2019, 4 hours 8 minutes and 31 seconds am. Hyderabad vet rape murder case, senior police officials at the site of the encounter. The incident involving the encounter killings of 4 alleged rapists by the Hyderabad police has received a mixed response. It has been condemned on the ground that the police encounter was fake and it violated two interlinked principles of the rule of law on which the system of jurisprudence in this country is based. 1. A person accused of committing a crime is to be treated innocent till he is pronounced guilty by a court of law, and 2. It should be ensured that not even one innocent person gets punished, even if in the bargain 10 guilty individuals get away. While the police action has been denounced by some, it has simultaneously received wide public support and appreciation. Showering of flower petals on police vehicles, touching of the feet of the police personnel, distributing sweets, beating of drums, bursting of crackers, singing and dancing with joy on the streets, these are just some of the ways in which the public, particularly women, expressed their enthusiasm and appreciation of what the police did. Celebrations were reported not merely from Hyderabad but from other parts of the country as well. The police in this country generally have a poor image. They are alleged to be oppressive and corrupt. The puzzling question is why, suddenly, were the police personnel involved in killing the accused accorded a grand hero's welcome? The answer is that the general public over time has become hugely dissatisfied, in fact, disgusted, with the way the criminal justice system has been functioning. This discontent is essentially due to two reasons: lack of or a very poor rate of conviction, and enormous delay in the disposal of criminal cases. As the Madhava Menon Committee on Reforms of the Criminal Justice System has observed, it is common knowledge that the two major problems confronting the criminal justice system are huge pendency of criminal cases and the inordinate delay in disposal of criminal cases on the one hand, and the very low rate of conviction in cases involving serious crimes on the other. This has occasionally encouraged people to take the law into their hands to deal with crime and criminals. According to the police, they took the accused to the crime spot at night so as to protect them from being lynched by the public. This fear on the part of the police was not misplaced. There is an increasing tendency on the part of the public to deliver instant, lynch justice by killing those who are caught while committing a crime, or even suspected of a crime. It is the public fear of crime and the incompetence of the criminal justice system to deal with criminality in a fair and swift manner that promotes a tendency amongst people to engage in vigilante justice, and beat up the accused or suspects of a crime to death. Such public fear and perception sometimes provide a license to the police to deal with crime and criminals by using rough and illegal methods. The blinding of criminals by the Bhagalpur police, back in the early 80s, was another example of such license. The present incident, once again, shows how closely linked police vigilantism is to public vigilantism. The prominent danger in ignoring public vigilantism is that it is likely to promote greater acceptance by the public of police vigilantism. Turning a blind eye to incidents of public or police vigilantism is a sure and certain way of sounding the death knell of a civilized democratic system of governance based on the rule of law. Public outrage at any injustice perceived to have been meted out to victims of crime has been seen in the past and, on some occasions, with beneficial outcomes. Both in the Jessica Lal case and the December 12 rape and murder case in Delhi, people organized street marches, held candlelight vigils, circulated petitions and sent messages protesting against what was perceived to be a clear miscarriage of justice. In one case, the government was forced to appeal to the High Court against the acquittal and, in the other case, the rape law was thoroughly revised and made harsher. Public outcry over ghastly crimes is thus welcome if it results in improving the working of the criminal justice system. It must, however, be ensured that public outrage results in guaranteeing fast delivery of justice and in strengthening the rule of law, and not in subverting it. Public outrage can easily descend to mob vigilantism, some signs of which were seen in many furious responses to the Hyderabad incident. The criminal justice administration has been one of the most neglected areas of governance in this country. The price for that is being paid by the citizens, not only in terms of an increase in victimization, but also in terms of the overall deterioration in the quality of life resulting from an overpowering fear of crime. It is time the government devoted greater attention to reforming the criminal justice system. The capability of the system to control crime and deliver justice in time must be enhanced. Till this happens, the incidents of instant, lynch justice done in anger or for revenge, either by the public or by the police, will continue to occur. Unreasonable restrictions, The Indian Express. Published, December 21, 2019, 4 hours 5 minutes and 47 seconds am. The pattern is clear. Something is done that may trigger protest, which the government reads as a threat to public order. Express photo, Praveen Khanna. Written by Malavika Prasad. Communication shutdowns and curfews have rained on us thick and fast this week. There have been reports of shutdowns, as SMS blacks, social media blocks, suspension of mobile internet or suspension of internet access, across Assam, districts of Arunachal Pradesh, Meghalaya, Nagaland, Tripura, Uttar Pradesh, and West Bengal in the wake of protests against the Citizenship Amendment Act. Curfew was declared for 3 days in Bengaluru in anticipation of similar protests, even though all preceding protests in the city had been entirely peaceful. The most egregious version of a shutdown, as a curfew alongside a blanket suspension of landline, cellular line, mobile and broadband internet, was imposed in the Kashmir Valley with no evidence of likely violence on August 4. This shutdown continues to subsist as a prepaid SMS and internet shutdown 137 days later, the longest ever in a democracy. The pattern is clear. Something is done that may trigger protest, which the government reads as a threat to public order. As a preventive measure, and without there being any signs of actual public disorder tending to violence, the government suspends communication media and/or imposes curfew. While curfew is declared under Section 144 of the Criminal Procedure Code, to prevent danger to human life, health or safety, or a disturbance of the public tranquility, communication shutdowns are declared under the Telecom Suspension Rules, 2017, as well as under Section 144. However, both derive their justificatory basis in the government's power to impose reasonable restrictions on the freedom of speech and expression. With the rejection of parliamentary supremacy, Indians rejected a culture of authority and heralded in its place a culture of justification, enforced through the Constitution. Thus, as lawyer-scholars Janvi Sindhu and Vikram Aditya Narayan argue, the government is expected to justify not only that it has enacted restrictions to realize the state interests under Articles 19(2)(6), but also that it has acted in a manner that is suitable, necessary and proportional. However, there is an even more basic question one must ask of curfews and blanket shutdowns that are imposed preventively: does the government have a carte blanche as to choice of restriction, within the express parameters of Articles 19(2)(6)? Can government order literally anything, in the name of public order, when there is no evidence of any public disorder or incitement to violence? In our constitutional scheme, the government can use its power to swallow up a right only in exceptional and constitutionally specified circumstances, when a proclamation of emergency is in force. Even such an emergency can only be in force for a period of 1 month, unless it is also approved by Parliament, which can extend it to 6 months. In all other contexts, the suspension of freedoms is not permitted. Only reasonable restrictions are. It follows then that reasonable restrictions can never be suspensions of fundamental rights, least of all for over 4 months. One way to think of this would be that there are implied limitations on the government's power to enact restrictions. A restriction cannot swallow up the right itself. This flows from the Supreme Court's own reading of our fundamental freedoms. To ensure women's safety, can we deny the woman's freedom to choose to be employed at places serving alcohol? Answering in the negative, the court held in Anuj Garg v. Hotel Association of India, 2008, privacy rights prescribe autonomy to choose profession, whereas security concerns texture methodology of delivery of this assurance. But it is a reasonable proposition that the measures to safeguard such a guarantee of autonomy should not be so strong that the essence of the guarantee is lost. State protection must not translate into censorship. The court thus propounds an important theory of restriction. State interests like security are important because they are the prerequisites for us to exercise our freedoms. In pursuing a state interest towards safeguarding freedoms, the freedoms themselves cannot be suspended. This is a theory of beneficial constraints. We must do less to be able to do more. For instance, lanes constrain driving so that more of us can reach our destinations safely and efficiently. Thus, to ensure more of us can get around, government cannot altogether ban us all from trying to get around, as that would defeat the very purpose of enabling us to get around. In short, the pursuit of public order is towards enabling us all to exercise our freedoms as engaged citizens. Achieving public order by suspending our freedoms, whether as a blanket communication shutdown, or as a curfew order, defies logic. To use the words of Justice Vivian Bose, it is the right which has been made fundamental, not the fetters and limitations with which it may be circumscribed. Krishnan v. State of Madras, Air 1951. The Language of Revenge, The Indian Express. Written by Shah Alam Khan, published December 21, 2019, 4 hours 5 minutes and 26 seconds am. Police resorted to tear gas shells to disperse the crowd gathered to protest against Citizenship Amendment Act in Lucknow. Express photo, Vishal Srivastav. Two developments this month have further pushed us and the institutions of our democracy into an ignominious spotlight. On December 6, in Hyderabad, the alleged rapists of a young veterinarian were killed in an encounter while in police custody. On December 11, the Citizenship Amendment Bill (CAB) was passed by Parliament. The celebrations which followed the encounter of the alleged rapists as well as after the passing of the CAA reveal a common thread that ties both actions together. In both cases, the perception was that revenge has been extracted. This was a narrative which both the police and the ruling dispensation was comfortable with in the respective cases. In case 1, the policemen were lavishly feted for avenging the brutal rape and murder of a young girl, while in case 2, the common explanation for excluding Muslims from the CAA was that non-Muslim minorities were mistreated in neighboring Pakistan, Bangladesh and Afghanistan and hence, it was morally correct to exclude possible persecuted Muslim migrants from trying to enter into India. In a nutshell, the act was dressed up as revenge on the Muslims for the alleged wrongs by people of their faith in another land. Even those who pretended that the CAA was a tool for revenge for the wrongdoings against non-Muslims were aware of this background. The desire for revenge is among the most intense of all sentiments. The morality of revenge, however, teeters precariously on its journey towards fairness. Revenge, as in the Hyderabad encounter case, is erroneously seen as fairness or justice even when it is neither. One may ask, then, on a moral meter of revenge, where we would place Udham Singh's revenge on Michael O'Dwyer. The American legal philosopher Joel Feinberg puts vengeance in close company with a longing for blood as well as with schadenfreude. In his book, Doing and Deserving, Essays in the Theory of Responsibility, he claims that whereas retributive punishment is righteous, vengeance comes from anger. Thus, Udham Singh's revenge on O'Dwyer, unlike the Hyderabad encounter, can be classified as retributive punishment. To make matters simpler, it should be crystal clear to us that police encounters are extrajudicial murders meant not to provide justice but to evade responsibility, remove witnesses, evidence or to reduce public pressure, as in Hyderabad. The police is a law enforcement unit, not a justice dispensing agency. The CAA is the handiwork of a majoritarian political party trying to fulfill the long-pending agenda of its parent organization, the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh, RSS. That the RSS's agenda is to push Indian Muslims and Christians towards becoming second-class citizens is well documented. In the narrative of revenge, the celebration of the CAA by a large section of Indians is best explained by Friedrich Nietzsche's idea of ressentiment, a psychological state resulting from suppressed feelings of envy and hatred, which cannot be satisfied. Ressentiment is not retributive punishment. It is, in essence, the transfer of one's own pain or sense of humiliation, real or imagined, on a scapegoat. It is hence important to understand that this psyche of revenge works at multiple layers. In an Indian context, narratives of revenge can be built by those in power as has happened with the CAA, to hide long-held hatred against ethnic and religious minorities. The narrative of revenge in our country has been created and transmitted through multiple channels: cinema, folklore, literature, radio, television and newspapers. Revenge even forms the basis of some of the most important heroes of our mythology. Off the top of my head, I can remember at least 10 to 15 Hindi films which had the word badla, revenge, in their titles. Since our childhood, we have often heard stories of kings and paupers who extracted revenge on their most treacherous enemies. It is strange that, as a nation, we are hooked onto the idea of revenge. This is a dangerous proposition in a country which harbors a multitude of ethnicities, religions, and most importantly, one which has a 3,000-year-old, well-oiled caste system in place. It is thus imperative that we should be able to see through the curtains of narratives whenever we encounter one. Revenge is a narrative to justify heinous crimes like extrajudicial killing or to justify an unconstitutional law like the CAA is something that should bother us all. The moral turpitude of a law that views the right to citizenship through the lens of religion is something that must not be camouflaged by the blinding hubris of revenge. The broken moral universe we inhabit today is a dangerous place. In a country trying to locate itself in an imagined past, anything and everything that is served on a salver of morally correct propositions needs careful scrutiny. Police murders like the one in Hyderabad are not events to celebrate but occasions to introspect. The total lack of faith of the common people in the judicial system is something which should worry us all. Similarly, total impunity in passing an unconstitutional law should also be an occasion to introspect. The more we think, the more we will get closer to truth. Unfortunately, truth does not need a celebration. It comes wrapped in its own skin, impervious to rhetoric and deaf to bombast. General and a Labyrinth, The Indian Express. Written by Khalid Ahmed, published December 21, 2019, 4 hours 0 minutes and 30 seconds am. Pakistan's former president and military ruler Pervez Musharraf. File photo, AP. On December 17, a special court convicted former army chief and Pakistan President Pervez Musharraf of high treason under Article 6 of the Constitution and sentenced him to death. The three-judge court was formed under special orders of the Supreme Court to prosecute him for imposing emergency and subverting the judiciary in November 2007. It was a summary process after General Musharraf had failed to appear on summons 6 times, while recovering from ill health in his luxury apartment in Dubai. In an unusual response, the Pakistan Army spoke through its spokesman, an ex-army chief, chairman of Joint Chief of Staff Committee and President of Pakistan, who has served the country for over 40 years, fought wars for the defense of the country, can surely never be a traitor. Perhaps encouraged by a reluctant to prosecute government, the army and its several retired generals who appear regularly on TV clearly put forth a point of view that was expressed only indirectly in the past. The case was brought before the Supreme Court in 2007 by the Pakistan Muslim League (PMLN) of Nawaz Sharif that the general had overthrown through a coup in 1999. He dodged the court repeatedly, helped by his namesake successor Army Chief, General Ashfaq Parvez Kayani, till 2014, when he denied the charge. After 2 years of playing hide and seek, he was helped by the next Army Chief, General Raheel Sharif, through pressure, to leave the country. The ill-fated year 2007 was also the year that saw the leader of Pakistan People's Party (PPP), Benazir Bhutto, assassinated in Rawalpindi. She had escaped death at the hands of an earlier suicide bomber in Karachi but succumbed to a more well-planned attack in Rawalpindi. Musharraf, who didn't want her to return to Pakistan, was seen to be in the dock. Insofar as he appeared to have deliberately failed to provide her routine protection, he was dubbed guilty by many Pakistanis. Prime Minister Nawaz Sharif, whom he overthrew, chose him as his army chief because he looked liberal, and not too religious, a decision he was to regret later. The breaking point came with the Kargil War that Musharraf unleashed, saying the Prime Minister had okayed it. Taking place between May and July 1999, the conflict was a disaster for Pakistan. But rather than face punishment for his failings, its planner-executioner, General Musharraf, staged a coup against the democratically elected government in October 1999, grabbing the reins of power for nearly a decade. Former Prime Minister Nawaz Sharif couldn't have acquiesced in the Kargil operation, because when it was initiated he was receiving his Indian counterpart, Atal Bihari Vajpayee, in Lahore in what appeared to the world to be the final reconciliation between India and Pakistan. General Musharraf, in fact, was embarrassed meeting Vajpayee while his troops were attacking the Indian positions in Kargil. After winning the Kargil War, Vajpayee had observed that his visit had been a stab in the back. General Musharraf took over in 1999 and was still casting about for relief to the economy, which had been badly crippled by the Kargil misadventure, when, in 2001, the fateful 9/11 happened. Under a plot hatched by Al-Qaeda in Pakistan, America was attacked by airborne suicide bombers, triggering the Chapter 7 resolution at the United Nations that caused an international invasion of the Taliban-ruled Afghanistan. Musharraf joined the invasion and was thus rescued from the post-Kargil economic crisis. The army, then, didn't like him too much. There were at least 2 serious attempts on his life by army officers in cahoots with the non-state actors employed for infiltration into Kashmir. There were defections from the army as officers fled from special training camps and joined the Taliban-Al-Qaeda combine. America came to his rescue, as narrated by Shuja Nawaz in his latest book, The Battle for Pakistan, The Bitter U.S. Friendship and Tough Neighborhood, 2019. A very senior member of Musharraf's government told me that he had been informed by senior staff of the Crown Prince of Abu Dhabi that during a visit of Crown Prince Mohammed of Abu Dhabi to President George W. Bush at Camp David, the idea was bruited that Musharraf should be encouraged to depart Pakistan with a promise of protocol and property. As a result, the Saudi king, Abdullah bin Abdul Aziz Al Saud, provided $2 million, and the ruler of Abu Dhabi another $2 million. This accounts for Musharraf's reluctance to leave the comforts of Dubai and enter Pakistan and face the court. But the bets are now on Musharraf rather than the Supreme Court. Imran Khan, who had called him a traitor in 2007, is now reluctant to prosecute him, his party speaking in unison with the GHQ. The opposition parties, their leaders facing court cases for corruption, have welcomed the verdict but are in no position to back the Supreme Court with street power. The TV discussions that began with a welcoming note are now inclining in favor of Musharraf, and the expert view is that, on appeal, Musharraf's conviction will be overturned by a repentant Supreme Court. Explained, Reading Bangladesh Provisions for Citizenship and Freedom of Religion, Explained News, The Indian Express. Published, December 21, 2019, 4 hours 3 minutes and 41 seconds am. Bangladeshi Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. Among the 3 countries from where certain categories of migrants have become eligible for Indian citizenship under the Citizenship Amendment Act, Bangladesh is significant. A look at the laws under which Bangladesh grants citizenship, and what its constitution says on freedom of religion. How does the Bangladesh Constitution define the country? The Bangladesh Constitution, adopted by the Constituent Assembly on December 4, 1972, refers to its War of Liberation as historic war, and establishes the independent sovereign People's Republic of Bangladesh. The original preamble mentioned nationalism, democracy, socialism and secularism as fundamental principles. Unlike India's constitution, the Bangladesh Constitution's commitment to socialism is explicitly mentioned. The preamble says the fundamental aim of the state is to realize through democratic process socialist society free from exploitation, a society in which rule of law, fundamental human rights and freedoms, equality and justice, political, economic and social will be secured to all citizens. The expression, rule of law, is not used in the Indian constitution. But isn't Islam the state religion? In 1977, the military dictator Ziaur Rahman removed the term secular from the constitution. In 1988, President Hussein Muhammad Ershad got Article 2A inserted, which says the state religion of the Republic is Islam but other religions may be practiced in peace and harmony. The amendment was struck down by the Bangladesh High Court in 2005 and the Supreme Court in 2010. The SC said that in spite of Islam being the state religion, the constitution remains secular. It observed that the preamble and the relevant provision of the Constitution in respect of secularism, nationalism and socialism as existed on August 15, 1975, Mujibur Rahman was assassinated on this day, will revive. On June 30, 2011, the Constitution was amended and the term secular reinserted. The amendment also removed the expression, absolute faith and trust in Allah, from the preamble but retained, above the preamble, the expression, in the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, that had been added in 1997. To accommodate other religions, it also mentions, in the name of our Creator, the Merciful. How does the idea of a state religion coexist with that of secularism? While Islam is the state religion, other religions have been given equal status and equal rights by the Constitution, and their followers have been given an equal right to freely practice their religions. This seems to be a contradiction, as it is not in line with classical secular formulation. Article 8.1 of the Bangladesh Constitution mentions secularism along with nationalism, democracy and socialism as the fundamental principles of state policy. Article 12 was revived by the 15th Amendment, and in a way this, unlike the Indian Constitution, explains the essential ingredients of secularism and how it will be achieved. It says the principles of secularism shall be realized by elimination of communalism in all forms, granting of political status in favor of any religion, abuse of religion for political purposes, and any discrimination against, or persecution of persons practicing a particular religion. With such a progressive provision, the charge of religious persecution has no legs to stand on as far as the text of the Constitution is concerned, just because Islam is the state religion. Unlike Pakistan's constitution, there is no Muslim qualification required for the office of president or other constitutional offices. How is freedom of religion defined? Article 41 of the Bangladesh Constitution says every citizen, subject to public order and morality, has the right to profess, practice or propagate any religion. In India, Article 25 guarantees religious freedom in a narrower sense. In addition to public order and morality, it is also subject to health and other fundamental rights, and the state can also restrict freedom of religion in respect of any economic, financial, political or other secular activity associated with religious practices, and can also do so in the name of social reforms. But in another sense, India's religious freedom is broader, as it is not confined to just citizens. Like India's Article 26, Bangladesh's Article 41(b) gives every religious community or denomination the right to establish, maintain and manage its religious institutions. Like India's Article 28, Article 41(c) in Bangladesh lays down that no person attending any educational institution shall be required to receive religious instruction or take part in or to attend any religious ceremony or worship, if that relates to a religion other than his own. The difference is that while India does not permit any religious instruction in any institution that is maintained out of state funds or is recognized by the government, Bangladesh permits religious instruction but only of one's own religion. Article 28(1) is a replica of India's Article 15 and prohibits the state from discriminating against any citizen on grounds only of religion, race, caste, sex or place of birth. This includes admission to any educational institution. India's Article 15 does not mention educational institutions and gives right of access only in respect of places maintained wholly or partly out of state funds or dedicated to the use of the general public. The Bangladesh Constitution prohibits all discrimination based on religion, which weakens the argument of religious persecution there. What are the laws on citizenship? Article 6 of the Constitution says citizenship in Bangladesh shall be regulated by law and people shall be known as Bengalis as a nation. On December 15, 1972, a presidential order, Bangladesh Citizenship Temporary Provisions, conferred citizenship from March 26, 1971 on anyone who, or whose father or grandfather, was born in the territories then comprising Bangladesh and who was a permanent resident on March 25, 1971 and continued to be a resident of Bangladesh. Any person who, for studies or employment, was in territories within a country at war or engaged in military operation, Pakistan, and was being prevented from returning to Bangladesh, would also be citizen. The Bangladesh government, like Pakistan, may grant citizenship to a person who is citizen of Europe, North America or Australia or any other state. But knowledge of Bangla would be necessary. Foreign women married to Bangla men can also get citizenship after 2 years residence. Irrespective of place of birth, if one's parents are Bangladeshi, citizenship would be given. In 2017, it was provided that anyone who invests $150,000 can get citizenship. Does Bangladesh grant citizens to non-Bangla speaking residents? Many Urdu-speaking people who had supported Pakistan in the war became stateless with the creation of Bangladesh, as the law did not give citizenship to those who sided with the enemy country. There were some 10 lakh such people in 1972. Under an agreement among India, Bangladesh and Pakistan, 1,780,969 were repatriated to Pakistan, followed by about 1 lakh more subsequently, but 2.5 lakh remained. In 2008, the Supreme Court in M. Sadiqat Khan reaffirmed the citizenship of all Urdu-speaking citizens. The 1951 Citizenship Act of Pakistan also remained in force. In 2016, a draft citizenship law was prepared that gave dual citizenship but was criticized for other provisions like termination of citizenship. The author is an expert in constitutional law and Vice-Chancellor, NALSAR University of Law, Hyderabad. Explained, how Pakistan grants citizenship, and what provisions cover its minorities, explained News, The Indian Express. Written by Faizan Mustafa, New Delhi, updated, December 19, 2019 9 hours 10 minutes and 34 seconds am. Although an Islamic state, Pakistan does not have any religious test for citizenship. File photo. The newly passed Citizenship Amendment Act makes it easier for religious minorities of 3 neighboring countries to get Indian citizenship. What are the constitutional and legal provisions for citizenship and rights of religious minorities in neighboring countries of India? A look at Pakistan. How does the preamble to Pakistan's constitution compare with the preamble to India's? The preamble to the Indian Constitution declares the country as a sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic, with the terms socialist and secular having been added by the 42nd Amendment, 1976. On the other hand, as many as 60 constitutions in the world refer to God, including those in Germany, Brazil, Greece and Ireland. Pakistan's constitution starts with, in the name of Allah, the most beneficent, the merciful, acknowledges sovereignty of God and respect of the universe, and contains references to Muslims and Islam. When this provision in the objective resolution was moved by Liaquat Ali Khan on March 12, 1949, it was opposed by non-Muslim members of Constituent Assembly. SRI's Chandra Chattopadhyay said, "There is no place for religion in the state religion is a dangerous principle." Try watching this video on, or enable JavaScript if it is disabled in your browser. Does Pakistan give citizenship on the basis of religion? Although an Islamic state, Pakistan does not have any religious test for citizenship. Its Citizenship Act, 1951 is similar to India's Citizenship Act in certain respects, may be seen as more liberal. Section 6 lays down that any person who migrated to Pakistan before January 1, 1952 is a citizen. Section 3 gives citizenship on the commencement of the Act, April 13, 1951, to anyone who, or any of whose parents or grandparents, was born in the territories included in Pakistan on March 31, 1973. Pakistan grants citizenship to any person who migrated there before April 13, 1951. India's cutoff is July 19, 1948, except in Assam, where it is March 25, 1971, from any territory in the subcontinent with the intention of permanently residing there. Like India's law, Section 7 in Pakistan says that a person who migrated to India after March 1, 1947 shall not be a citizen of Pakistan except if he returned under resettlement or permanent return. While Section 4 in the Pakistan law lays down that every person born in Pakistan after the commencement of the Act shall be a Pakistan citizen by birth, India has added restrictive qualifications by amendments in 1986. One parent should be an Indian citizen, and 2003, both parents should be Indian citizens, or one a citizen and the other not an illegal migrant. Section 5 of the Pakistan Act talks of citizenship by descent if one of the parents was a Pakistani citizen at the time of the person's birth. J&K migrants to Pakistan are deemed to be Pakistan citizens until Kashmir's relationship with Pakistan is finally determined. British residents were similarly deemed to be citizens. Citizenship can also be given to Commonwealth citizens by the government. What is different in the way Pakistan and India define freedom of religion? Unlike the preamble to the Constitution of India, Pakistan's constitution explicitly lays down in the preamble itself that adequate provision shall be made for the minorities freely to profess, practice freedom of religion and develop their culture, and that adequate provision shall be made to protect legitimate interests of minorities and backward classes. Of course, the expression, legitimate interests, in respect of minorities is restrictive. Unlike India, Pakistan gives the right to freedom of religion only to citizens. In India everyone, including foreigners, has freedom of religion, and that's why foreign missionaries have a right to propagate Christianity. Unlike in India, freedom of speech in Pakistan specifically includes freedom of press, but this is subject to glory of Islam. Due to this restriction, Pakistan has a regressive blasphemy law with a mandatory death penalty, which runs contrary even to fundamental principles of Islamic criminal law. Its widespread abuse raises questions about Pakistan's commitment to free speech. Also read, citizenship law could lead to India-Pakistan conflict, Imran Khan. What steps has Pakistan taken to protect the legitimate interests of minorities, as provided for? Article 36 says the state shall safeguard the legitimate rights and interests of minorities including their due representation in the federal and provincial services. While religious minorities do face discrimination, the Constitution makes a provision of reservation for them. In the National Assembly, 10 seats are reserved for them. In Baluchistan, though religious minorities constitute just 1.25% of the population, reservation for them is 4.62%. In Punjab, they are 2.79% and have reservation of 2.16%. In Sindh, they are 8.69% and reservation is 5.36%. In NW Province, they are 2.46% but reservation is just 0.56%. Hindus in West Pakistan, today's Pakistan, in 1951, after migration to India of about 5 million post-partition, were just 3.44%. In the 1961 census, non-Muslim population got reduced to 2.83% in today's Pakistan. This went up to 3.25% in 1972, 3.30% in 1981, and 3.70% in 1998. Are there personal laws for religious minorities in Pakistan? Yes. Although there is a provision that laws that are inconsistent with the state religion are to be struck down as unconstitutional, Article 227(3) of Pakistan's constitution does exempt personal law of minorities from this provision. In India, any provision of personal law that is inconsistent with the constitution is null and void. Triple talaq was thus declared invalid in 2017. In 2016, Sindh province, which has the highest number of Hindus in Pakistan, passed legislation outlawing forced conversions. The Punjab Assembly enacted the Sikh Anand Marriage Act in 2018. The author is an expert in constitutional law and Vice-Chancellor, NALSAR University of Law, Hyderabad. But it doesn't stipulate a schedule for updating NDCs. And the demand of the developing countries for a 2-year program to assess the performance of developed countries, reflected in the draft Madrid Agreement, does not find a place in COP25's final declaration. The spirit of solidarity that tinged the Paris summit has been witnessed only sporadically after the landmark pact was inked. Individual NDCs have not added up to the pact's goal of keeping global temperatures below 2 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. Framing the treaty's rules has been a tortuous process that has reanimated past differences over funding and technology transfers. Meanwhile, protests in different parts of the world have called out environmental negotiators for their inertia. COP25 was an opportunity to answer the questions that have been raised over the UNFCCC's processes. Unfortunately, the 2 weeks of negotiations at Madrid have been an opportunity lost.